Sam.
Well, Rosalie, thank you very much for the strudel.
You're welcome. Why don't you take some home to the boys?
Yeah.
That'd be wonderful.
Yeah.
I hope Hop Sing likes the crockery.
Oh, he'll like the crockery, all right. He'd better. Say, tell Mike we said hello.
Of course. You'll be sorry he missed you.
No, you better make it 3.
3. Well, it'll take maybe a month at least. What's the matter?
I don't know, it smells like something's burning.
Burning.
It's the crate.
Wow! Oh, Ben! Ben! Boy. You're right.
Oh. How in tarnation did all this happen?
Albert! How many times do I have to tell you? When are you going to stop those foolish experiments? Ben, you all right? You are not hurt?
I'll live, Sam. I'll live.
Can I tell you how ashamed this makes me?
The boy didn't mean any harm.
Oh, Ben, that boy. Come. Sit right here.
Yeah, I hope I can sit.
Mr. Scientist, congratulations. You nothing to say to Mr. Cartwright?
Oh, Sam.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's all right, son. It's perfectly all right.
Excuse me, Ben, it's not all right. What if Mr. Cartwright had been seriously hurt? What if he were not a friend?
I know, Papa.
You know, and still you do these things. Why?
I'm afraid it was partly my fault, Mr. Michelson. I gave him that book on astronomy.
And my lens works great, Adam. With the reflector, the telescope...
Lens, telescope, why? To do what?
To look to the stars.
To look to the stars! But not to look close enough to see that you're endangering a friend. Go to your room. You know what we are, simple people. Immigrants. My wife makes strudel. I sell pots and pans. And yet the Lord has seen fit to send us an exceptional son.
Very exceptional. I don't know anybody around who could have made a telescope like Mike's.
You're a very lucky man, Sam.
Lucky. Every day, Albert is more and more of a problem.
Well, don't worry about it. He'll be all right. He's got a good mind. He can be anything he wants.
Albert will be a scientist, a great scientist.
Dreams. They feed on them, he and his mother. To be a scientist, he must study. He must prepare for his dreams, not play in the streets.
Oh, Sam, why isn't the boy at school?
Ben, I must tell you, Albert has been expelled from school.
Expelled?
Well, why? What happened?
It seems our son fights with his classmates, fights with the schoolmaster. Mr. Norton told us he could no longer control the class if Albert remained in school.
It is only that he is impatient. There is so much he wishes to learn.
I never thought George Norton ever gave up on a student.
We do not feel that Mr. Norton is to blame. It is Albert.
He's at war with himself. And so he's at war with everyone. Come, let's have our tea, huh?
Here, Ben.
One of the lesser evils of life in Washington.
No, thank you, not right now.
Well, what can I do for you?
Henry, I'd like a set of applications for West Point.
Well, aren't you pushing the age limit just a little bit? Who did you have in mind?
Well, young Albert Michelson. You know, Sam's boy.
Yes, I've heard of him. He's supposed to be quite bright.
Bright? I'll tell you something. That boy's not bright. He's brilliant. You know what that boy's doing? He's making experiments with light waves. Now, can you imagine at his age, the boy's way beyond his years.
I don't know, Ben. I don't think an appointment's possible.
Oh? Well, Henry, you know, Michelsons, they came a long way to get to Virginia City. That boy's education, well, means a great deal to them.
I'm sure that in the old country, members of the Israelite persuasion were denied a chance of an education. Indeed, of most anything else.
That's another reason I'd like the young Michelson boy to get a fair chance in this new country.
Well, I'm afraid he's out of luck, Ben. Both appointments are filled for this year.
Henry, isn't there anything that you could do?
What do you think he'd look like in a sailor's cap?
What?
Annapolis, the Naval Academy.
Annapolis?
In a couple of weeks, I'm having competitive examinations. If you really think this Michelson boy's qualified...
He'll make a very fine naval officer. I know he will.
Well, you wish him good luck. And you give him every bit of help you can scrape up.
What kind of help?
These exams are tough, Ben. Very tough. If he were my boy, I'd sit him down and cram his head full of books right now.
All right. Oh, hello, Norton.
Inspection tour?
Well, just looking at this, it's going to need some doing. It's painting.
Well, I wish more members of the school board took your interest.
No, I guess the men are pretty busy. They do the best they can. Well, actually, I came over to ask a favor of you.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Cartwright. Anything you say.
Well, wait till you hear now. Has to do with one of your pupils, young Albert Michelson. I was kind of surprised to hear you expelled him.
Well, it surprised me, too. I used to think there wasn't a student on earth that I couldn't handle. What's he up to now?
Well, he's not up to anything. It's me that's up to things. I thought I'd like to see him compete in the Annapolis exams. I understand they go pretty heavy on mathematics and history, and I kind of thought, well, you know, the boy will need some coaching.
No, sir. Nothing doing.
Well, it's not going to take all that time, just a week or two, and...
I wouldn't have him for a day or two. I'm sorry, Mr. Cartwright, but I have 56 youngsters in there to worry about, and I can't push them aside for a troublemaker like Michelson. Now, you can understand that.
Well, no, what do you mean, troublemaker? Young Michelson's not a bad boy. He's an intelligent youngster.
Well, there's no denying the boy's intelligence, but I have the good of the school to think about.
Well, of course you've got the good of the school to think about. What's it got to do with...
Mr. Cartwright, intelligence is one thing, and getting along with the people around you is quite another thing. Young Michelson has never learned that. Quite frankly, I don't know if he ever will. He's a dreamer, he's restless, and he thinks he's better than everyone else.
George, you admit the boy's bright. Now, all he needs is a little time and a little help.
Mr. Cartwright, that boy lives in another world. Now, I have used up all the time and help that I can afford to spend on Albert Michelson. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to clean these erasers.
Here we go.
Oh, buenos días, señor Cartwright.
Is Adam here?
Sí, señor, he's inside.
Thank you. Adam?
Where you been, Pa?
Oh, I've been, Say, What do you think about young Michelson going to Annapolis?
You think he really has a chance?
Well, I don't know, but... Well, if there was a chance, do you think it'd be a good thing for him?
Be perfect. They have one of the best engineering faculties in the country.
You know, Representative Quince is holding open examinations in 2 weeks, and, well, do you think a Virginia City boy would stand a chance?
Not only be competing against every bright kid in the territory.
Yeah. You know, I went by the school to see Norton. I thought maybe Norton help him brush up on his studies, but, well, that Norton thinks Mike's a troublemaker, won't have any part of him.
The smartest kid in town.
Yeah. Just the same, to get into Annapolis, he's going to need an awful lot of help.
What are you cooking up?
Well, I was just thinking, you know, you've got all those old college books just lying around doing nothing.
And why don't I just coach him, huh?
I thought you'd never suggest it.
I'll bet you did.
You really think he's worth helping?
Yeah, he's a special boy. He worries about things like the stars and light, what makes the world tick. And he worries about tomorrow.
Hey, maybe Sam would let him come out and stay with us at the ranch. Be good for the boy. And he'd have plenty of good, clean, fresh air to go with all that studying you're going to be helping him with.
Yeah, it might work. But I'll tell you, he's going to be quite a handful.
What do you think you boys were? You're talking to the man who raised 3 Cartwrights.
Ever get that fence fixed up on the lower corral, Buck?
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Didn't lose a single bit.
Good.
Hey, how's he doing, Adam? How's it going, Professor?
Hi, Michael. Hey, what is all that stuff anyhow, Mike? Trigonometry. The science of navigation.
Hey, what are you gonna do, navigate on the Ponderosa?
Not quite, but he's got himself a project.
It's an experiment
Oh, yeah?
in sound.
Yeah, what can you do with sound?
Measure it.
Oh, you must be joshing.
What do you want to do a thing like that for?
As a matter of fact, he could use a couple of volunteers.
Oh, Joe and me will help him, won't we, Joe?
Heck, yes, we'll be glad to help.
You might thank them.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Look at that funny-looking thing right there.
Looks like a tent on it.
I sure hope you know something about basic trigonometry.
Oh, I can get stuff right off the sheet here.
Mike, I think it might be better if you went out and studied in your own room.
Boy, that kid sure is a bug on learning, ain't he?
You're not fooling. Every time I see him, he's got his nose buried in a book.
It wouldn't hurt you to bury your nose in a book occasionally.
That's right.
Almost. All right, that's it.
There you go.
Mike, about how far is it from here to Haas? 880 yards. Exactly.
Exactly? How do you know without pacing it off?
I know.
I know you know, but how do you know?
Well, by taking any 2 angles of a right triangle, plus one of its sides, you can determine the length of any one of its legs.
You can?
Sure. Look, the line from where I was before to here is the base of a triangle, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right. The line from here to Haas is the vertical leg.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We know this angle is 90 degrees. By taking the other angle, I placed Haas just as far away as I wanted. Exactly half a mile.
And that's trigonometry, right?
Yeah.
Hey, let me look through here. Yeah, he's pretty funny. Hey, now what are we gonna do now?
You mean if we ever stop talking?
Oh, hey, I'm sorry.
All right. Tell Haas to get ready. One, 2, 3, now. I make between 2 and 3 seconds.
I'll make it 2.5.
How'd we do?
Pretty good. Works out to 1,056 feet a second.
That fast, huh? What does your book say, Adam?
1,100, that's pretty close.
Close. I think it's great. We really measured sound, huh, Mike?
Yeah, we really did, Haas.
Dogs.
Oh, you know, sound travels. You've heard echoes before.
Yeah, but that's the first one I ever held in my hand, Joe.
Samuel, Mr. Norton.
Oh.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Norton. Can I help you?
Yes. Oh, Mrs. Michelson. I just came in for a box of chalk. Small box.
Of course.
Mrs. Michelson, is there something on your mind?
My son, Mr. Norton.
Oh, yes, your son. Well, of course, I'm sure you realize how badly I feel about his leaving school.
He didn't leave, Mr. Norton. He was asked to leave. Why, Mr. Norton, why?
Rosalie, please. I'm sure having a student like Albert must have been difficult for Mr. Norton. Yes, Rosalie, most difficult. Mr. Norton has so much to think about.
Well, I'm pleased to see that you understand my problems. I understand your son is spending some time on the Ponderosa.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Norton. Mr. Cartwright and his sons, they want to help him pass his examinations.
Examinations?
Yes, Mr. Norton. For Annapolis, the United States Naval Academy.
Isn't that wonderful, Mr. Norton? Our son, Albert, a student at the United States Naval Academy?
Well, I'm afraid I can't agree, no.
Why, Mr. Norton? Why not?
Well, I'll try to explain it to you the way I explained it to Mr. Cartwright. Now, I'm sure you feel your son has great intelligence, but intelligence can be either good or bad. It just depends on how the person uses it.
Are you saying that our Albert would use his in a bad way?
I'm saying he would use it in a selfish way. Albert thinks only of himself. Other people mean nothing to him.
But that's not true. How you could say such a thing? Why, Mr. Norton? Why?
Why? Why do you think your son Albert is so special, Mrs. Michelson? Why do you think that you yourselves are so special? Why?
Morning chores done already?
Hey, I thought you and young Mike were going to spend the day at the lake.
Well, we were, but it got too cold. Besides, there was some reading you wanted to catch up on.
Yeah, it is cold out. How's the boy doing? Think he'll be ready in time for the test?
Studying as hard as he can. A little too hard, maybe.
You know, I thought it'd be a good idea for Mike to be out here for a while so you could coach him, but I also figured it'd be a good chance for him to see what the outdoor life was like, take advantage of the ranch, use his hands and muscles instead of just his mind.
Tell him.
Well, Paul, it seems the boy ain't too interested in the ranch. The thing he's interested in is books. I've never seen one for reading like that boy.
Well, maybe that's what's wrong.
Oh, what do you mean, Pa?
Mike's a bright boy. Very bright. In fact, maybe he's too bright for his age. Knows much more than any of the other boys at school. He's way ahead of them, always talking about light waves, speed of sound.
Well, what's wrong with that? I think it's good that somebody's interested in those things.
Well, of course it is. Of course it is. But, well, maybe because he's so far ahead of all the others, he's bored with his regular schoolwork, so he buries his nose in those big books. Boys got to realize that there's more to life than books.
Hello. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Mike? You boys finished your coffee? Can we get back to work now?
Well, I was afraid you were going to say that.
Yeah.
Adam, we'll see you later.
Catch up on the reading?
Yeah. This is the book by that Frenchman, Fizeau.
Oh, yeah.
I think I like this one best of all, Adam.
Oh, you do, huh? Why?
Why? You know what he's talking about in here? Measurement of the speed of light. That's what I'm going to do next.
Very good. I think you ought to slow down a while.
Slow down? What for?
Well, you've been working pretty hard at all this. You gotta come down to earth, get your head out of the clouds once in a while. Well, books are fine, but...
Books are everything, Adam. Why, they're the keys that open door after door after door. You remember what I mean. We talked about it a lot.
I remember. But you don't learn everything in books, Mike. I think you gotta learn a little bit about people. Listen to them, observe them, respect them.
All people do is talk and hate and get in your way. What good are they?
Mike, they're the most important thing of all. Without them, all the books, your brains, all the light, well, it might as well not even exist. Without people, there's nothing.
Why are you telling me this, Adam?
Well, Mike, getting to Annapolis is only half the battle. Once you get there, you gotta live there. Think about it.
Will the applicants for the Academy examination please step inside?
Good luck, son.
You got a pencil?
Oh, they'll have plenty of pencils inside. Go ahead.
Good luck, eh?
Jonathan Adams. It's someone else. It can't be. It's not fair.
Albert.
It's Mr. Norton, Papa. He hates me. You know he does.
Albert, this is yours to accept. There's no reason to blame others.
No, Papa. I passed that examination. I know I did.
My son, you must learn what it is to be a man. And the time to begin is now.
Sam, we got some finding out to do. Come on.
Yes? Ben? Samuel?
Henry? Sam and I, we came here to talk to you about the Annapolis exam.
I'm awfully sorry, but I had no choice.
Now, what does that mean? You had no choice.
Now, Ben, this is a pretty big territory.
Well?
Well, Johnny Adams, the boy who made it, he's the son of a disabled veteran. Will you understand, Ben? I had to award him the appointment.
Of course. We understand.
Well, Henry, how high did Mike place?
Well, that's just it. Both boys tied for the highest honors. I'm awfully sorry, but there was only one opening.
Oh, Henry, that would be a pity, you know. Great mind like that boy has, and to lose it just because there's no room in the academy.
Now, Ben,
no,
don't...
But, well, just look at it now. Look at it truthfully. A young genius like that, lost to the world just because there's no room for him in the school.
Well, I suppose we could try to wangle a presidential appointment.
Presidential appointment?
It's been known to happen. Of course, he's thoroughly qualified.
Yes.
But it would mean that we'd need all kinds of support. The town would have to be behind the boy.
Oh, there's no problem there.
You really think there's a chance for Albert?
Now, look, Sam, I wouldn't want you to go on counting on it. Let's put it this way. The sooner you two get out of here, the sooner I can write the letter.
Come on, Sam. Let's get out of here. Samuel, how are you?
Ben, Adam?
Say, is there any news yet from Washington about the appointment?
Nothing, Ben. Mr. Quince thinks we should hear any day.
Good. Now, where's Mike?
Where would he be? The livery stable, wasting his time.
Well, I'll go over and say hello to him.
He's there almost every day, fooling with his experiments and reading those books.
Tell you what, I'll go see our friend Quince right now. All right? Now stop worrying.
Oh, so this is where you're hiding.
Oh, hi, Adam. No, I'm not hiding. It's just quieter up here. More private.
So you're not neglecting your studies. That'll come in handy when you get to Annapolis.
Yeah. I've been rigging a new experiment, Adam, to measure light.
Light?
Yeah, you remember in that book by the Frenchman?
Fizeau?
Yeah, Fizeau. Well, I think I figured out a way to measure light, too. Just think, Adam, if we could measure the speed of light, we could find out how far away the stars are, how old, their size. Maybe someday, if we knew enough, we might even travel to the stars.
Oh, now, hold on. You're way ahead of me. Why don't we just start with this thing right here?
Oh, well, this is simple. If by spinning this, I can break up a light reflected in that mirror, well, maybe I can measure its flashes, the speed of travel.
Sounds logical. Have you tried it?
No. I'm waiting for Miguel to get back to help me set it up.
Well, I'll help you take it down.
Oh.
You didn't fail me. That's wonderful. Adam, have you heard the news? Tell him. Come on, tell him.
The president will consider a special appointment for Albert Abraham Michelson.
Oh, Adam, isn't it wonderful?
We're not there yet, Rosalie.
Oh, he will be. He will be.
Of course, it means that most of the work is still up to us. I mean, we'll have to have letters and petitions.
Oh, we'll get those.
And the school teacher's formal endorsement, of course.
Just how important is Mr. Norton's endorsement?
Why, without that, we might as well forget the whole thing.
If we need the endorsement of Mr. Norton, we may as well begin forgetting the whole thing right now.
Oh, come on, Sam. He's not going to stand in Mike's way. Norton isn't an enemy.
Isn't he, Ben? I hope you're right, my friend.
Would you please stay out of the way?
Well, he's at it again.
Yeah. We better find Norton before he leaves for home.
Yeah.
All right, take it, Miguel.
You all right, Mr. Norton?
No thanks to you, Michelson. If you can't control your son, why don't you keep him off the streets? The boy's a public menace.
I'm sorry, sir.
Just what did you think you were doing, boy?
Trying to measure the speed of light?
The speed of light. Just listen to him. Albert Abraham Michelson, the boy genius of Virginia City. Just who do you think you are, boy? What makes you so all-fired arrogant? Games, that's what he's playing, games. And you thought he'd make a naval officer.
He still might, Norton. There's a presidential appointment all set up for him.
Oh, really? Well, I hope you don't come running to me for help.
Mr. Norton, my son made a mistake. Yes, a large mistake. But does this make him any less qualified to receive an education? Does a single mistake make him any less deserving?
Deserving? Your son? After what he's done?
Mr. Norton, you're judging that boy as if he were a grown man. He's only 16 years old. He can't help being immature.
I'm just a little tired of everybody making excuses for that boy.
Now, he deserves that appointment. Look at the marks he got.
Mr. Cartwright, I can't do what I don't believe in. Or would you have me compromise my beliefs just because you ask it?
Adam?
We'll now study the 8 principal parts of speech. Noun, pronoun, verb, adverb, adjective, preposition, conjunction. Noun, pronoun, verb, adverb, adjective, preposition. All right. Who can conjugate the verb to be?
I am, you are, he is, we are, you are, they are.
Adam. You know what's going on up there?
Well, Mike's up there studying.
Oh, it's more than that. Mike's up there teaching. He's got a whole classroom of boys.
Well, how's this been going on?
Ever since my Miguel left school several weeks ago.
Miguel left school. Why?
Mr. Norton said he was a troublemaker, that he could not sacrifice his class for a boy like Miguel.
Well, what about the others?
They all left school at Mr. Norton's request.
Can't be. We've got to get to the truth of this.
The truth. Senor Cartwright, in Spanish there is an old saying, he who speaks the truth often talks to himself.
Yeah. Well, even so, Tonio, one must speak the truth.
settle down. Be quiet now. The school board meeting is now called to order. Well, Ben, since this was your idea, maybe you can tell us what this meeting is all about. You all know Ben Cartwright. Ben?
Well, I guess there are many matters of importance that can be discussed at a meeting of this sort. But 3 years ago, I thought that George Norton was the best man to run our school. We all did. That's why we hired him. Since then, I'd always figured that we'd done the right thing. I was wrong. George Norton isn't fit to teach in Virginia City.
Are you lodging a formal complaint, Ben?
Yeah, I guess I am.
Well, what are your charges, Mr. Cartwright? I said, what are your charges, Mr. Cartwright? Let's hear them.
Just one charge, Mr. Norton. Bigotry.
Bigotry?
Quiet down, folks. Now, settle down, settle down.
That is ridiculous.
Bigotry is a mighty serious word, Ben. You sure you know what you're doing?
He'll do anything to get me fired. That's what he's doing. Why don't you tell him the truth, Cartwright? Why don't you tell him why we're really here? That boy there, he's the cause of all this.
Oh, he's only part of it.
No, sir. We would not be here if I'd help him get to Annapolis.
And why won't you do that, Mr. Norton?
I've already told you, Mr. Cartwright. I don't think he deserves to be a naval officer. Now, that is my opinion, gentlemen. And I am entitled to that opinion. Ben Cartwright or no Ben Cartwright.
Well, that sounds fair enough. What's the use of making more out of it?
Well, there is more. Here. Read those names.
Why, these are all boys that I've had to expel.
You mean those are boys you refuse to teach?
No, that's simply not true. These boys were troublemakers, like Michelson there. I had a right to expel them.
Are they all like Michelson? You'd better check.
Well, no, some of these boys are, well, we'll call them slow. They're children that simply don't belong in a classroom.
I see. So what you're saying is that the boys on that list are either too smart or too stupid to be in your school, is that it?
Those are your words, Mr. Cartwright, not mine.
All right, Adam. Folks, this is Miguel Garcia. He was born here in Virginia City. Miguel, will you tell us what you do every morning?
We go to school.
Where?
In my father's loft at the stable.
Why? They go to school every morning in his father's loft, in a stable, because they want to learn. Now, how come they couldn't learn from you?
You mean you sit there and go to school all by yourselves?
Oh, no, they managed to find a teacher.
A teacher? Who?
Albert Michelson. You really don't understand, do you? Well, you will. You all will. As I did, finally. Johnny Kwan. Peter Redhawk. Lee Singh. Antonio Rodriguez. Manuel Lopez. Look at them, Mr. Norton. What is it they have in common? They're different. They don't look like most people in this town look. They don't look like you. Their eyes aren't the same as yours. Their faces aren't the same. There's nothing familiar about the way they talk or look, or even the way they worship their creator. Well, they may be American, but they're not like you at all. They may be students, but they're not like all your other students. They're Mexicans, Orientals, they're Indians, an Israelite. Every one of them. Every one of them is different.
I see. Well.
Mr. Norton. Where will you go?
Well, I don't know. Anywhere there's a school, I guess.
There is a school here in Virginia City.
But, Ben, you just finished.
Well, I don't quite know what to say. I've always believed all my life that the noblest thing a man could do was to teach. To take children and to help open their minds. What I didn't realize until just now was that first a teacher must make sure his own mind is open. Well, I can't begin to make up for what I've done by a few words of apology or explanation. The only way that I could possibly make it up to those whom I've hurt is as a teacher. If you would give me another chance, I would do my best, work as hard as I could to be a real teacher to your children. To all your children.
There's a little prejudice hidden in every one of us, whether we like to admit it or not. It isn't enough just to be against bigotry. It takes some doing to reach deep down inside yourself, dig it out, admit it, and face it down. I say that any man who can do that deserves another chance.
Let's put it to a vote.
All those in favor of keeping George Norton as schoolmaster?
It is part of our faith that a man may atone for his mistakes and start again with a clear heart. The Michelsons vote yes.
See, I vote yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for giving me this chance. Albert, I would be privileged to endorse your application for the Naval Academy. Besides, I think we'd all agree that this town would be a lot safer place if you were in Annapolis.
Congratulations, Mr. Norton.
Thank you so much.
Ben, thank you.
In 1907, Albert Abraham Michelson, proud son of Virginia City, Nevada, was the first American citizen to be awarded the Nobel Prize for his precise measurement of the speed of light.
It's awful late, Paul. Don't look like nobody's up.
Somebody better be. I feel like I've been glued to that saddle.
Evening.
What do you want?
We like to bed down our horses.
You fellas know what time it is?
Friend, we sure do. We've been riding since sunup.
I'm sorry. I'm not taking care of no stinking horses this time of night.
Wait a minute now. We'll take care of the horses. You just provide the 4 stalls.
All right. I gotta light some lamps for you.
I hope we don't have that much trouble getting rooms for ourselves.
Joe?
Yeah.
You help Hoss with the horses, and Adam and I'll go and see if we can get some rooms at the hotel.
Right, Pa.
Hey, Paul, it was a terrible long ride today. How's about a little drink before we turn in?
Yeah, especially after 3 weeks cattle drive. You buying, Pa?
Well, I guess I am, since I'm carrying all the money.
Hey, what would $30,000 worth of beer look like anyhow?
Well, it all depends. You mean in one big glass? Or lots of little ones?
One great beckin'.
Look, the only thing you boys are going to be drinking is water out of a pump. Come on, let's go to the hotel. Oh, which way is the hotel?
Halfway down the street, if you can rouse anybody.
Thank you very much. Take care of the horses, Jim.
Right, Pa.
You take it easy, Billy. We sent for the doctor and sheriff.
There were 3 of them. They all wore masks. They fired a shot at Henry there.
Yes, he's dead.
All right, Billy, we've organized a posse. Now, tell me what you can remember about them.
Like I said, they all wore masks and dusters. One was a big fella, another sort of medium, and the third one looked like a kid.
That's all? That's all you remember?
No, they stuck some money in the saddlebags.
Saddlebags? What kind?
They had a mark on them. It looked like a pine tree.
Sheriff, I know who those men are.
What do you mean, Artie?
Late last night, 4 men come into my liver stable, and I noticed that one of them had some saddlebags with a pine tree on it.
Well, where'd they go and how long ago?
They didn't go no place. Leastways, their horses were still there when I come running over here.
Tell you what, let's have some breakfast first, then we'll come back and finish up.
Ain't nothing like breakfast to show a change in a man, is it, Joe?
Yeah, about 10 pounds, I think.
They're the one, Sheriff.
Good morning, gentlemen. You going somewhere?
Morning. No, we're just going out to breakfast.
You men are new in town. What's your names?
Well, name's Cartwright. These are my sons.
Those your saddlebags?
They certainly are. Why?
Well, they might be important.
Well, they're very important to us. Why should they interest you?
They interest me just enough to arrest you for robbery and murder.
Now, that's not a very good joke.
There's nothing funny about shooting an old man down in cold blood.
Now, wait a minute. Now, we just got into town late last night. We've been at the hotel sleeping. We just came out.
Good. You can tell the whole story at your trial.
Oh, wait a minute, Sheriff.
Shut up, son. Take off that belt. The rest of you do the same.
Now, look, you must be mistaken, Sheriff.
We'll find that out soon enough. Stan, get their guns. Take those saddlebags and bring them along to the office.
Now, there's a lot of money in those saddlebags.
Yeah, we know. All right, let's go.
These men are murderers. They just murdered an old friend of yours. Henry Payne has lived in this town for 20 years. All right, now, you all know what a nice old man Henry Payne was.
One of the best.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I say jail is too good a place for these murders.
Now, you listen to me. There'll be no lynching. Not in this town, as long as I represent law and order. These men are going to get a fair trial. If they're proven guilty, they'll be punished.
I say forget the trial. Let's hang him now.
You. How about you? And how about you, Artie? How would you like the responsibility if later these men are proven innocent? All right. There'll be a trial over at the saloon tomorrow. I'll talk to the judge and have him get a jury. If any of you try to break into my jail, I'll arrest you and throw you right into a cell along with these men. Get on about your business. Come on inside and be safe for it.
Now, look, Sheriff, I think we're entitled to some kind of an explanation.
Inside. I'll explain all you want.
Hey, Sheriff.
Yeah?
You come here a minute?
I'll be right back.
I want you to look at something. Look at all this beautiful money. Now, what did I tell you? Just like I heard him say, $30,000.
He sure was right, wasn't he, Sheriff? Yeah. Well, take care of it. I'm going to finish questioning the prisoners.
We'll do that, Sheriff. We sure will do that.
$30,000, Sheriff? That's an awful lot of money, ain't it?
Yeah. It sure is. Cartwright, where'd you get all that money we found in your saddlebags?
I've been telling you, Sheriff. We drove our cattle to market, and we were on our way back to Virginia City to deposit the money there.
You got a bill of sale for the cattle?
Well, certainly I've got a bill of sale. There.
Well, it looks legal enough to me.
Now, Sheriff, would it make any sense that anybody with that kind of money would have to rob a bank?
No. No, I gotta admit it doesn't seem likely. But I'm gonna have to check the serial numbers of these bills against those stolen from the bank.
Good. And that'll prove exactly what I've been telling you. Frankly, Sheriff, I was beginning to worry a little about...
If you're innocent, you got nothing to worry about. Tomorrow, we're gonna give you a fair, fast trial. If you're proven innocent, you'll all be on your way.
Well, if you're going to check the serial numbers, why have the trial?
For your own protection. The town's pretty riled up about the death of old Henry Payne. Without a trial to prove your innocence, you still might not get out of this town alive.
You got a real nice town here, Sheriff.
Same as any other town, son.
The Sheriff's right, Joe. Anyway, we don't seem to have any choice about matters.
Don't worry. By this time tomorrow, you'll all be on your way, probably.
You know, without that bill of sale, we would have been pretty hard-pressed to prove we didn't take that money.
Yeah, that's going to be the key to open that door for us.
Well, I think we're going to be all right. That sheriff's no weakling. See the way they handle that mob out in the street?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, let's get ourselves as comfortable as we can be in here.
Yeah. Wake me when breakfast.
Dad, come it. All right, clear the way. Clear the way. Grab yourself a seat somewhere. On your feet, take off your hats. Court of Alkali is now in session. Judge Jackson presiding. Sit down.
Jury is ready, Sheriff. Produce your first witness.
Billy Tyler to the stand.
No, sit down, son, over here. You swear to tell the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Tell the court what happened in the bank.
Well, there's not much to tell, Judge. These three men came in with masks on and guns out and forced us to open the safe. Then they tied and gagged us, and then they went over to the safe and started taking the money out and putting it in a saddlebag.
Can you describe the bag, Billy?
Yeah, it was just kind of an ordinary leather saddlebag, except that it kind of had a pine tree brand burned into the side of it.
Pine tree brand? What do you mean by that?
Well, it was just kind of a pine tree brand.
Bag like that, Billy?
Yeah, that's it. And that's the pine tree.
Order, please. I see. Well, go ahead, Billy. What happened then?
Well, then they moved toward the door, and then one of the men turned around and shot Henry Payne dead.
What? All right, order here. Billy, can you describe these robbers?
Only that they were different in heights. One was a great big fella.
You see the prisoners here. Do they fit your description of the bank robbers?
Yeah. Only though there was only three of them in the bank, though. Though maybe the gray-haired fella might have been keeping lookout on the outside.
We didn't ask you that, Billy. You just stick to the things you saw.
That's all I saw after they killed Henry. Then they just ran out, and the next thing I knew, some people were busting in and untying me.
All right, thank you, Billy. You may step down.
All right, quiet, order. Quiet or I'll throw you all out.
You have merely established that the height of the robbers might match the height of the prisoners, and that the prisoners had a saddlebag marked with a particular brand, the same that the robbers used. But that is not positive nor sufficient proof. Sheriff, have you got another witness?
Yes, I'd like to call one of the prisoners as a witness. Mr. Cartwright, will you step forward?
Oh. Now we're flying out of the cold.
You swear to tell the truth, so help you God?
I do. I first met Mr. Cartwright in the livery stable shortly after the robbery. How long had you been in town, Mr. Cartwright?
Well, we got into town late the night before last. We stayed in the hotel all that night, and we met the sheriff at the stable yesterday morning.
And you told me you hadn't even heard of the robbery.
That is correct.
When I arrested you, did you have that bag with you?
Yes, of course. My son Adam was carrying it. Contained a fairly large amount of money which we'd received from the sale of our cattle.
How much money would you say was in that bag, Mr. Cartwright?
Sheriff, I can tell you exactly how much money was in that bag. $30,000.
How much was that sum that was stolen from the bank, Sheriff?
Exactly $30,000.
Order! 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 Order, please!
Of course, this could be a coincidence, Judge. If Mr. Cartwright had $30,000 of his own, it would seem silly that he would try to steal an equal amount, risk his own life and those of his sons. However, I have a witness that I think will clear things up for us. Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. That's all, Mr. Cartwright.
Well, Sheriff,
That's all, Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Mason of the Alkali Bank, would you please step forward?
You swear to tell the truth, so help you God?
I do. Mr. Mason, you're the president of the Alkali Bank?
I am.
Did my deputy bring you a saddlebag full of money yesterday?
He did.
Did I ask you to check the serial numbers of that money against those stolen from the bank?
You did.
What were your findings?
The numbers compared exactly with the bills stolen from the bank.
Order, please.
Your Honor, Mr. Mason, that can't possibly be. You see, that money was ours. We got it from the sale of our cattle.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cartwright. I also checked those serial numbers. There's no doubt that it was the stolen money.
Now, look, Sheriff. Your Honor, I gave this man a bill of sale, a copy of a bill of sale that proves that it was our money.
No tricks, mister.
What tricks?
I never saw a bill of sale.
He gave you a bill of sale.
Order, please. The verdict is already very clear to me, but we must leave it to the jury to decide.
We already come to a decision. They're guilty of robbery and murder.
Order. The defendants have been found guilty, and I hereby sentence them to be hanged tomorrow morning at sunup.
Why wait till tomorrow? Let's do it now!
I'll get him, Sheriff. Come on, go with me.
Don't worry, Cartwright. Stan will get your kid. You've had your fast fair trial. Put him back in the cell.
Well, let's
You can't get far on foot. Straight out.
You're the one that was supposed to catch him. What do you mean he disappeared?
Well, I'm telling you, that's what happened. When his horse run away, I knowed he had to be in that clump of trees, but he wasn't. Then the posse combed that clean.
Did you look up into the trees? You know, he just might have climbed up into it.
Well, of course I looked into the trees. What do you think I am?
I think you're stupid. That's what I think.
All right, that's enough. Besides, there's nothing you can do. His family got a fair and square trial by a judge and a jury. If he comes back to town and tries to make any trouble, he'll get a rope just like the others.
That's right. There's nothing he can do, is there, Sheriff? What did I tell you? Didn't I rightly tell you? And it worked. Slicker than greased ice. Even though you was afraid to take the gamble.
Shut up, Artie. Things aren't over yet.
No, they will be in the morning, Sheriff. Just a few more hours.
You're a great one for big ideas, aren't you, Artie boy? The only trouble is that you forget the little details that foul up those big ideas. Stan. This saddlebag that we copied, you forgot all about it. I told you to get rid of it. Now go out and bury it somewhere.
All right, Sheriff, I'll take care of it.
You hear what the sheriff said? Boy, he sure is a dummy. He's too dumb to handle all that money, Sheriff. Maybe he should fall down and die.
Enough of that. We've done enough harm to this town already.
I was just talking out loud. Tell you what. How about me mixing us a drink? Celebrate?
Artie, I've told you to stop counting your chickens.
I can't help that, Sheriff. I can't help that. This money is going to get me so far away from that liver stable. And the stink and the smell of them horses. Here, to us, Sheriff. To me and my big ideas, and to you and your careful details.
Of course, you realize that after their testimony this morning, the Cartwrights are onto the whole plan.
What difference does that make? They're going to hang tomorrow morning. Now, there's nothing they can say to anybody that's going to change that.
Yeah, I know, but I still wish Stan had caught the youngest one.
Forget about it. Come on, have another drink.
Nah. It's bad luck to celebrate. Besides, I got to feed the prisoners.
Let me do that. I'd sure like to do that, Sheriff.
Why would you like to do that?
I just kind of like looking at men that know they're going to die in a few hours, that's all.
You're a strange one, Artie. Okay, go ahead.
Meal time. If you'll just step back against that wall there, I'll give you some grub.
Aren't you the man who runs the livery stable where we put up the horses?
Yes, sir. That's me.
Wait a minute. What are you doing around here?
Oh, I earn a few extra dollars working for the sheriff every now and then.
Oh, yeah. Say, how'd you like to earn a lot of extra dollars?
What do you mean, sir?
I don't want the sheriff out there to know, but I gotta send a telegram.
I don't know, Mr. Cartwright. Now, that'll be aiding a prisoner. Now, that ain't right.
Well, it wouldn't be right if we were guilty, but we're innocent. Now, it's not gonna harm anybody just to send a telegram, is it?
Well, how are you gonna pay me any money when the sheriff took it all away from you?
Well, he didn't take it all. I got some... I got about $50 here. How's that sound?
Well, why don't you go ahead and write out the telegram and, I'll stand here and think about it. Whew, this is a territorial governor.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a mighty important message, ain't it?
Yeah, it is.
Well, I think I better send this a special way.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I'll send this a little bit at a time. That way, I think they ought to be getting in the whole thing in about 6 months or so. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen.
Little Joe.
Clem, where's Sheriff Coffee? I need help fast.
Well, he took some prisoners down to Carson this morning. What's wrong?
I just rode in from Alkali. My pa and brother's been framed for murder. They're gonna hang there tomorrow morning.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's no time to explain. They rigged a phony trial. We were found guilty. I managed to get away. But Clem, maybe your badge can help him.
I'd sure like to help Joe, but shucks, this is just a deputy's badge. It hardly gives me authority here in Virginia City.
It's my family, Clem. Somebody's got to help. Like the territorial governor. Maybe he could help. I'll send him a wire.
Joe! You can't reach him that way.
What do you mean I can't reach him?
Well, the lines are down. They're checking them now.
How long do you think it'll take?
Can't tell. It could be an hour, and it could take all day.
Look, Clem, do me a favor. Send that message to the governor as soon as you can. Tell him my family needs help.
Well, I'll do that, Joe. Where are you going?
Out to the ranch to get some men and some guns. That's our only chance if that message doesn't get through. Bob, Jim, I need your help. Pa and my brother's got framed for murder in Alkali.
You're kidding.
Yeah, if we don't get there by sunup with some men and guns, they're gonna hang.
Don't say any more. We're with you.
All right. I'll need a gun and a fresh horse.
Take mine. He's saddled and ready to go.
Right, thanks. Bob, you ride north. Get as many men as you can. I'll ride east. I'll meet you at Carson's Crossings in 2 hours.
Right.
Come on! Bob's in trouble! Come on, Mike, we need help!
Joe, I've got more men on the way. They'll be here any time.
Good. Now, all you men know what I want you to do. But I want you to remember that the men that are holding my pa and brother's prisoners are lawmen. We may have to use guns. If there's anybody here that wants to turn back, I'll understand. I know my family will, too.
All these men feel exactly the way I do. Just let us know what you want us to do.
Thanks. All right, I'm going to ride ahead in Alkali and see what's happening. Rest of you wait here until Bob's men arrive, then follow me in. I'll meet you on the outskirts of town. You wait there until I contact you. And thanks.
Good luck.
I only knew Joe was all right.
It's funny. We're in here worrying about him, and
He's out there someplace worrying about us.
Well, I'm sure if anything can be done, Joe will do it.
Sure. He's a pretty smart kid.
I sure ribbed him a lot. I hope he knows I didn't mean it.
I'm sure he does, son.
Good evening, gentlemen. How's everything?
What about my son, Joseph?
We didn't catch him, but that doesn't make any difference. There's nothing you can do.
Oh, yes, there is. Even if we die, he'll be back. May take him a week, month, but he'll be back. He'll get the whole pack of you.
He's not gonna get nobody. By tomorrow, there'll be wanted posters with his name on them plastered all over this country.
You know he's right. Your boy's lucky if he lives out the week.
Does it make you feel better being a rich murderer?
I'm just doing my duty as sheriff. Tomorrow I hang some bank robbers. Then the town will know I'm still doing my duty.
How are you going to explain your sudden wealth?
I don't have to explain anything. The bank got its money back and the town didn't lose a thing. Now just stop worrying about me. You've only got a few hours left. Don't waste them.
Strange the things a man thinks of when he knows he's going to die.
Like what, Al?
I was thinking about the time that Joe took all those guys hand wrestling at the bucket of blood. And you and me had bought him all rounds of drinks to let him do it.
We never did tell him, did we?
No.
You do think of silly things.
What?
Oh. Like how green the grass gets in the springtime. The snow in the winter. All the things we take for granted every day. Just silly things.
I don't think they're so silly, Alice. Things that God gave us. Not so silly.
I wonder where everybody is.
Come on, Stan, relax. They probably went to bed early so they could be up in time for the hanging.
Yeah, I know, but I still don't like it. You heard what Cartwright said about that kid of his, didn't you?
Yeah.
And we know he's not out there someplace pointing a gun at us right now.
He's one kid against the whole town. Once those posters are out, he won't stand a chance. So stop your worrying, will you, Stan? Go out and make your rounds the same as always. I don't want tonight to be different than any other night. After all, we do have a community to protect.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and make my rounds as usual, and then I think I'll turn in.
Good. See you bright and early in the morning.
Right. Evening, Joyce. Mind if I sit down?
You might as well. The room's full of empty chairs.
It's not going to be much longer now, Joyce. In just a little while, I'm going to take you out of here.
You know, Stan, I get tired of hearing that. What's it been now? 3 years. And I'm still standing in this place 8 hours a night trying to get people like you to buy drinks.
Well, I know you shouldn't have to do that, Joyce, and you're not going to do it much longer. I'm going to see to that.
Oh, stop it, Stan. You're full of talk, talk, talk. Find someone else and leave me alone.
Well, if you saw the money, then would you believe me?
You show me the money and I'll believe you.
All right. I'll I'll show you the money tomorrow.
Well, there's no sign of him. Whatever Joe does now, he's gonna have to do it in front of the whole town.
Yeah. Unless they already caught him.
Looks like everybody's turned out for the show.
People's gotta be sick to enjoy a hanging.
You men have about 10 minutes. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah. Open that door and come in here alone for just about a minute.
I'm glad to see that you still have a sense of humor. You know, it's going to be hard to hang brave men.
I can't figure him out. Seems proud enough of being a sheriff. Yet he's gonna do something like this for a few measly $1,000 that he'll get after they split it up.
Did you find him?
Nope, no sign of him anywhere.
Did you look over in the saloon? He's always over there mooning over that girl, Joyce.
Yeah, I looked there. I talked to the girl. She ain't seen him. What's more, she don't give a hoot if she ever does. Now, Sheriff, I looked all over town. He's nowheres.
He's nervous about this whole thing. When the Cartwrights told him the kid had come back and killed all of us, he sort of believed it.
He's as scared as he is stupid. Never should have dealt him in on this. I've been telling you that.
I know what you've been telling me. You sure you ain't been doing something more than just talking?
You mean, did I kill him? No, Sheriff. I must admit the thought did cross my mind, but, no.
I was just wondering.
Oh, Stan will be back here.
Yeah.
After this thing is all over, he'll be back with his hands reaching out for his share. And the first thing he's gonna do is take and blow the whole thing on that girl, Joyce.
What he does with it's his own business. He took a gamble, the same as you and me. I don't care what either one of you do with the money.
That's because you ain't been running a livery stable for the past 10 years. You don't hate horses like I do. Well, I'm gonna get me so far away from those...
I've heard all of that before, so shut up, will you, Artie? Well, the sun's well up. Better get the prisoners.
Let me help you.
Why, Artie? Why do you want to do that?
Oh, Stan ain't around. Somebody's got to give you a hand.
You kind of like all this, don't you, Artie?
Sure I do. Why not? Besides all that money, it's going to be fun watching them hang.
We're going to need some help. I'll have to go out and deputize a few more men. You stay out of there, Artie. You stay out of there till I get back. All right, let's get on with it. Put the ropes on.
All right, hold it. You're not gonna hang anybody, Sheriff. Unless you want to see your deputy hang too.
That won't do you any good, Cartwright. You've already killed one man. You want another man's life on your conscience?
Speaking of conscience, I think your deputy has a few things to tell the people of Alkali.
The three of you got a fair trial. There's nothing you can do. You're one man against the whole town.
Just one man? I think you better count again, Sheriff.
For an ugly bunch, ain't they pretty?
Yeah.
Now, nobody moves, nobody gets hurt. We're gonna have another fast, fair trial this morning, just like the one you gave my family. I'd like to call my first witness, your deputy, Stan Mays. All right, Stan, tell him who shot the teller. Tell him who killed the teller. Tell him, or so help me, I'll hang you right here.
It was Artie.
Say it louder.
It was Artie.
Don't pay any attention to him. You can't listen to the word of a man whose life is being threatened.
Shut up, Sheriff. I'm not through with the trial yet. I want to show you my first bit of evidence. Saddlebags with a pine tree brand. It's like the one you have in your office, Sheriff. Only Stan and I dug this one up behind the blacksmith shop. You recognize it, Artie? You ought to. They belong to you.
No.
No! All right, drop the gun, Sheriff, and stand right where you are.
Oh, stinking horse.
Looks like my deputy and Artie had a pretty good plan worked out. I'm certainly glad we found out the truth in time. All right, you men are free to go. And we're sorry about the mistake that we all made.
Not yet, Sheriff. The trial's not over just yet. Now, don't you remember what you said about that trial? About the serial numbers on those bills found in our saddlebags matching the ones stolen from the bank.
That's right. That's right, I did. But it's quite obvious that my deputy and Artie here are the ones who switched the stolen money. I never dreamed that they were the ones that robbed the bank. Well, look, you know, I've been your sheriff for a long time. You all know me well enough to know that I couldn't have anything to do with a thing like this. Well, it's true, isn't it? I've worked hard for this town.
Let's take a look in your safe, Sheriff.
Safe? What are you talking about?
You heard what he said. Let's open it and take a look.
Now, what possible reason could there be for doing that?
Simple. If our money's in that safe, it means you put it there. And you knew it was there all along.
I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide.
Well, Sheriff, if you have nothing to hide, you won't mind opening your safe.
right, we'll open the safe. That'll make you happy. The money's in the safe, just as they said it was. Stan and Artie and I, we stole it. And we put the blame on the Cartwrights.
But why? We don't understand. You've been a good sheriff for us for a long time. Why, if you needed money, you could have come to any number of us.
That's just it, Harry. I didn't need it. Stan and Artie, they had their reasons for wanting the money. Me, I wouldn't have known what to do with it.
Well, little brother, I don't know when I was gladder to see you.
Yeah, what took you so long?
Ugly-looking things, ain't they?
Depends on where you're standing.
Well, they don't look so bad from down here.
I don't know about you fellas, but I don't want to hang around here.
Boy, you know, I got so hot on that trail, I thought we were going to bring the cattle here already barbecued. Hey, brother, how'd you make out?
Oh, pretty good. $5,000.
Hey, 5,000. I was right when he said the people around here were hungry for meat.
Little celebration money. Bartender, 2 more of the same.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to celebrate in this town. Hey, bartender, what are you doing in this town for celebrating besides getting heat rash and sunstroke, huh?
Well, we got a big trial starting up tomorrow. Folks be coming in from miles around.
Trial? What's it all about?
Obadiah Johnson. He owns a Lucky 7 mine with a fella named Jeb Early. The late Jeb Early, that is. Seems Obadiah up and killed his wife and his partner both. Claimed the partnership was going too far.
I'd kind of like to see that trial. How about you, Ed?
No, I think I'll just get away for a few days. No people, no cattle. Just peace and quiet.
And what do you have in mind?
Oh, I think I'll cut east over the mountains, do a little hunting, work my way over to Pyramid Lake, and get in a little fishing, heading home.
Come on, you must be out of your mind. That country you're going to go through is 10 times tougher. We just brought the cattle through.
Well, what's the matter? Can't take it anymore?
No.
Well, I'll get some supplies, get a nice hot bath, and then head on out. You ready?
I'll go with you as far as the bath is concerned, but jumping out of the frying pan into the fire is my idea of a rest cure. I think I'll just hang around town for a while and take it easy. Tell you what I'll do. I'll meet you in 3 days up at Signal Rock.
All right. Signal Rock in 3 days. Now let's get that hot bath.
All right. Thanks a lot, bartender. Hey, Fred, where can a fella get a bath in this town?
Right over there.
Thank you.
Dark-haired fella.
carrying $5,000.
A live one, huh?
But not for long.
Adam, I can't for the life of me figure out why you want to wander around in the wilderness when you can stay here in town for a couple of days and just relax and take it easy. Besides, we can take in that trial together.
The cattle buyer told me about the case. Man confessed. So he'll hang. I don't want to stay around for that.
How can you be so sure he's going to hang?
Simple logic. He's guilty. He'll hang. It's the law.
Does everything have to be so logical?
No, not if you don't want to use your brains. Look, Joe, man's responsible for what he does. If he loses control of himself, he has to be punished for it. That's the way it is.
Yeah. Just wonder if you'd feel that way if you were in Obadiah's shoes.
Well, I could never be in Obadiah's shoes because nobody could ever drive me to murder. With one exception.
Oh, yeah? Who's that?
You.
What? Doggone you, Al! I'm gonna...
Oh, no, you're not, because I'm leaving. Be at Signal Rock in 3 days, and be on time for a change.
Signal Rock in 3 days.
Drop your gun belt. Easy like.
Didn't I see you in Eastgate?
Yeah, you did. Been a long trail.
Fellas sure took your time about making your move.
In our line of work, we like privacy. You know what we want.
Yeah, I'm intuitive.
Yeah, just toss it down here. And no tricks, huh? That's it.
Now get down off that horse.
You got your money.
Climb down.
We're gonna let you walk out of here.
I'll never make it without food and water. Nobody would.
Well, now, I feel real sorry for him. Don't you, Frank?
Yeah, Jim, I'm all shook up.
I don't want your pity. I just want a chance.
We're giving you a chance. We ain't killing you.
Very funny.
Ain't it? Ain't it?
I help you?
Some water.
Oh, excuse me. I couldn't believe my eyes at first seeing a man alone out here on foot in the middle of nowhere. Well, my name is Kane, Peter Kane.
Cartwright.
If you don't mind my asking, Mr. Cartwright, just where are you headed?
Back, I hope eventually, back home. Ponderosa.
The great Ponderosa. Oh, yes, I've heard of it. As indeed, who hasn't? But you'll need food and rest. Won't you accept my humble hospitality?
There's nothing humble about hospitality out here, Mr. Kane.
Quite true, Mr. Cartwright. Well, how much money did the men take?
$5,000, but that's not what rankles me.
Oh? $5,000 is a considerable sum of money. But I've been given to understand that the Ponderosa is the equivalent of an ancient empire.
Well, that empire, Mr. Kane, represents a lot of plain, hard work.
Oh, I'm sure of that. But I'm a man that's used to hard work. Mr. Cartwright, 20 years ago, I came out here from the East to stake my claim. At that time, I sold all my earthly possessions for the total sum of $3,000.
Well, don't get me wrong, Mr. Kane. I'm not making light of the $5,000.
Oh, I'm sure of that. But you said that something else rankles you.
Yeah. Being left out here to die. And I suppose I would have if I hadn't stumbled into you.
Well, I'm glad that you did, for your sake. And for mine. It gets lonely out here with only Epicene to talk to.
Epicene?
That's my mule.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Kane, I wonder if I might borrow your mule and enough supplies to get back to civilization. I'd see that they were returned to you.
Well, what's your hurry? I mean, why don't you stay around a few days and rest?
Well, I feel pretty good now. Besides, I'm overdue. Meet my kid brother at Signal Rocks.
Signal Rocks? Well, that's better than 30 or 40 miles south of here.
Yeah, good long haul on foot. Besides, I want to catch the men that left me out here.
And when you catch them, what are you going to do? Kill them?
No. I'll let the law take care of them.
You're a remarkable man, Mr. Cartwright. To be content with mere legal revenge. I mean, after all, they left you out here to die.
It's just a civilized process.
Mr. Cartwright, I've found in my life that most men aren't particularly civilized. In fact, I find that men can be driven to do most anything.
Oh, yeah. But I'm not one of them.
Are you sure, Mr. Cartwright?
Who was it who said, know thyself?
Exactly. Here, let me show you something. You know what this is?
Gold?
Yes, the gold I've been looking for the past 20 years.
Lucky man, Mr. Kane.
So now you understand why I got my
not going to need any more of that powder until we get that new shoring in.
We have to hurry, Mr. Cartwright. We only have 2 of our 3 days left.
Yeah, but you go putting any more charges in there before we get the shoring in, that whole thing's just going to collapse.
Well, I'd like to hit that vein before you leave.
Yeah, well, so would I. And it looks to me like that's about the only way you're going to give me any rest. Once more into the breach. Come on.
Imagine that. Be on time, he says, and here he is already a day late. Well, Cochise, we can either sit around this rock pile or we can start out looking for him. What do you think we ought to do? Oh, that's right, you don't talk before you had your morning coffee. There you go. Careful, it's hot, it's hot. All right, that's enough. Let's go. Come on, I think we better start looking for him.
What are you doing out here?
Just getting a breath of fresh air before I keel over in that oven.
Well, don't take all day about it.
Mr. Kane, for the past 2 days, you have worked me from sunup to sundown without a break. And any time I straighten up for 1 second, you are breathing down my neck, complaining about not wasting time.
Well, I thought you were used to hard work, Mr. Cartwright. Isn't that what you told me built the Ponderosa?
Well, it doesn't look too good. That must be in real trouble. Better get to the nearest town. Get some supplies while we can.
Oh, baby.
Those sacks are only half full.
Well, I don't want to work the animal to death.
Since when have you been so concerned about animals, Mr. Cartwright?
Look, Mr. Kane, a dead mule isn't going to get your gold or us out of here.
Get back to work.
No, thanks, Mr. Kane. My 3 days are up. As of right now.
Cartwright! I give the orders around here and I'll get back to work.
We made a bargain, Mr. Kane, and we're going to keep it.
The only bargain you're going to keep is to work that mine till I strike it.
That mine isn't going to be good for anything but a grave. Now, we don't have enough food and water to stay here and get out alive. We got to leave right now. Come on. Do you know what you've done? How do we get out of here now?
We don't, until I hit that vein.
Without the mule?
There's you, Mr. Cartwright.
Me?
Yes, you.
And if I refuse to be your pack animal?
You won't refuse. No work, no water. I'm giving you a chance to live. And after all, every animal's first instinct is to survive.
How's it going?
Oh, hi, Paul.
Yeah? I'm gonna have this down in a minute. Want a drink?
Yeah, don't mind if I do.
Hey, I found a hole, a fence by the East Range. You better get to that as soon as you can.
Yeah. Paul, when's the rest of the Cartwright family gonna get home? Not that I'm complaining, you understand, but it seems to me like I'm doing the work for all three of us while they're gone.
Well, boss, that just shows you how much confidence I got in you.
Paul, that's flattering. But I'm afraid that flattery is gonna get at my back before it goes to my head.
Well, they ought to be back any day now.
Good. I'll see to it they get a load of that flattery when they get here.
No, boss, they ain't had it so easy. They're in pretty rough country up there.
I'll trade with them. I'll trade.
We can stop this foolish cat and mouse game if you give me your word you won't try to escape. And that way, maybe both of us can relax. And... There's today's rations. You can take half and serve me the rest. Not too close. Not there, over there, in the sun. Down another notch as a civilized man. Eating with your fingers like an animal.
Who's an animal? Don't you judge me.
I still have that right.
Judge not, lest ye be judged.
Get back to work. Time's running out.
Go on!
I'm afraid you're right, son. That horse has got a split hoof.
Yeah. Gonna be able to ride him for a while.
That's right. But you're welcome to stay here if you want.
Thanks, I gotta push on. You got a horse I can use?
Yeah. But, son, I'd advise you to stay here tonight. Because the next town, the Salt Flats, is a mighty long haul from here.
Well, I'm not going to Salt Flats. I'm heading south.
Oh, mister, there ain't nothing out there but sand and mountains and dry bones.
What about that horse you said I could use?
Okay, I'll get it.
Give me a little rest, Goose.
Well, here he is, mister. Real fine animal.
Where'd you get this horse?
Why, is something wrong with him?
That's my brother's horse.
Well, now, look, mister, I don't know anything about your brother.
I asked you where you got the horse.
I bought him from a couple of fellas.
You got a bill of sale?
Yeah?
Where is it?
Back in there.
Let's get it.
Sure. There it is. All legal and proper.
All right, who's this Jim Gann?
A stranger to me. All I know is he wanted to sell a horse.
What about the other fella? You know his name?
Seem to recollect that Gann called him, Frank.
Do you have any idea at all where they were headed?
Yeah, matter of fact, I do. They mentioned that they were going on to, Salt Flats.
Thanks. Looks like I'm going to Salt Flats after all.
Cartwright. For shirking your duties, I'm cutting your food and water ration in half, as of today.
Sheriff. Oh, you gave me kind of a start. I wasn't expecting anybody quite so early this morning.
My name's Joe Cartwright. I'm looking for two men. A Jim Gann and a Frank something or other.
Frank Preston?
That could be. Are they in town?
Well, what do you want them for?
I think they may have killed my brother.
Well, I think you're a little bit late for that.
What do you mean?
Well, they tried to shoot up the town last night, including some of our good citizens, and as a result, I've got them stretched out in the back room. They're both cold dead.
Where's your telegraph office?
Oh, just a couple doors west.
Thank you.
Mr. Cartwright, anything I can help you with?
No. I'm going to wire my family. Let's try to find my brother.
don't you use the rifle, Cartwright? Not ready to kill yet.
I don't want to kill you, Kane. I just want to get away from you.
You can't escape me, Cartwright. Or yourself. Drop it right there. Not there on the stool. Clever? I use these ropes to hobble my mule. They'll do fine for you. Unfortunately, I'll have to tie you up every night now. You have proven yourself unworthy of trust. Therefore, you must be treated like an animal. Tie your feet securely. I'll check it.
You just kill me and get it over with.
I'm not going to kill you, Cartwright. I have other plans. Now put your hands around that post.
Who's the animal now, huh?
You're pretty good at judging others, aren't you, Cartwright? Well, I claim that same privilege for myself. In spite of your advantages of being a Cartwright, I'm as good a man as you. In fact, I'm going to prove that I'm a better man. Sam. We ran out of the last of the water and food today. So now the real test begins. Still so sure of yourself, Mr. Cartwright? Don't you want to kill me yet?
Adams.
Yeah. Tracks show 3 horses. 1 man on foot. Tracks Peter out there by the rocks. We'll have to spread out, cover every direction.
Oh. You need to get some rest, boy. You ain't had no sleep in 3 days.
Not till we find them. Not till we find them. Hoss, you go around by these rocks. Joe, you go in that direction. I'm following this trail.
Yes, sir.
Move.
Now that's it, Kane. Now let's see what you got in that stinking pit.
Kane. Just rocks. There's no vein in there.
I know, Cartwright. I've known for some time.
Then why? Why all this?
When I realized that this wouldn't be my strike either, just another failure like all the rest, I knew that my time was up. I'd run out of everything. I never had the breaks like you, Cartwright.
You wouldn't know what to do with them if you had them.
You still think you're a better man than I am, don't you?
That's right.
Well, I'm going to prove it's the other way around. I claim that you can be driven to kill like anyone else. I'm going to give you a fair chance to kill or be killed.
There was food and water all this time, huh?
All part of the plan. There's just enough there to get one of us out of here alive. This gun is loaded. Now I'm going to put it between you and me. And we'll both go for it. The count of 5. 1, 2.
let you. I will. Paul, you can't go on, Paul. You can't do it.
We're gonna have to face it, Pa. We're not gonna find Adam.
Paul, it's been 2 weeks since you left Eastgate.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. All right, let's go on back home.
Adam. Let me so go. No more.
Adam!
Oh, Paul.
He was dragging a dead man, Paul.
He's been through some kind of hell. Stop worrying, Pa. They'll be home in time.
Pretty rough weather out there. Wonder if that coffee's still hot. Want some?
Yeah, thank you. Singh did a great job with that cake, didn't he?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Hoss. You know, I can never picture Hoss being a baby.
Well, for your information, young man, he was a fine, strapping boy.
Look, if you're going to worry about him, I'll go out and look for him.
Oh, I'm not worried. They'll be here. They'll be here. Why don't you go upstairs and rest? You must be tired.
And what are you going to do?
I got plenty to keep me busy down here.
You're not just going to sit here and worry, are you?
No. Go on.
All right. I'll be reading in my room.
Take your coffee with you.
Yes, sir.
Happy birthday, son. Your son, Inga, my love. So long ago, and so far away.
Oh, if I was a cassowary from the plains of Timbuktu, what would you do? What would you do? I'd lay some eggs all filled with whiskey and get drunk as a kangaroo.
Oh, if I was a tavern keeper from the Sangamon Valley so blue,
what would you do? What would you do?
I'd line the pretty girls up on Main Street and kiss the ones dressed in calico.
Gunner, you're a hoss. That's what he is, boys. He's a hoss.
A horse? You call me a horse?
Not a horse, you crazy Swede. A hoss. That's Smoky Mountain for a big man with a right pleasant way.
Oh, then that's good, huh? Then I be horse.
Hoss.
Horse. Horse Borgstrom.
Another round of drinks, boys. Anytime a man gets a new name, that calls for another round of drinks.
Well, what'll it be, stranger? Whiskey or ale?
Nothing. Like some information.
Information? What kind of information?
I was wondering where I could find some work.
I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place, friend. It's been a bad year. Lots of these local boys looking for work.
Do any kind of job. I got a sick boy out there.
Now, you might try that sawmill at the edge of town, but I'm afraid you won't have much luck.
Well, I'll try there. Thanks.
Hey, you. Maybe that'll help you get out of town, huh? Hey! Isn't that enough? Or would 10 cents make you move faster, huh?
Gunner, you're a bad judge of men. You're too extravagant. You can tell by just looking at him that he's only worth a nickel.
No. Today I feel generous. Here's a dime, mister. Come and get it.
All right, hold it. All of you. Gunner, you and the rest quiet down or I'll throw you out myself. You. Come here. Well, you handled yourself pretty well. I'd have cracked their heads together myself. I could use a man like you around here. Do odd jobs, clean up, occasionally throw somebody out. I'll pay you $1 a day in food. How about it?
When do you want me to start?
That's up to you.
I'll be back.
Oh, just a minute. You can probably use this.
I'll be back. How are you feeling now, Adam?
My head still hurts, Pa, but I'm getting hungry.
Well, that's a good sign. That shows you're getting better.
Pa, are we gonna eat soon?
Yeah, son, yeah. Yeah, I'll go get something to eat. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Mrs. Nielsen. I hope your daughter likes the fabric. Good afternoon. Can I help you?
Yes, some milk and bread.
You have a container for the milk?
No?
Oh, it's all right. I'll loan you one. You can return it later. I have not seen you before. You must be a stranger in town.
Yes, would you happen to know of a room that I could rent? Cheap, where they don't object to children?
So, you have children.
A 5-year-old boy.
And your wife, she is with you?
Now, my boy and I are alone.
Well, there is a Mrs. Miller who has a boarding house across the street. It's not very elegant, but it's clean, and I'm sure she won't object to a little boy of 5.
How much will that be?
10 cents should do it.
Would you have anything for a fever?
Oh, you are not feeling well.
Oh, it's not for me.
Pa!
Adam, I told you to stay in the wagon. Now, come along.
Pa, I'm not feeling so well.
My goodness, child, your head feels warm. Open your mouth. Let me see your throat. Oh, it is not bad. Just a little on the pink side. It's a thing of the throat children get. Oh, wait a minute. I have something for that.
What is it?
It's salt pork and onions. Don't laugh. It's an old Swedish remedy. I'm sure it will help. When you get to the boarding house, ask Mrs. Miller to heat it.
Oh, how much will this be?
Nothing. It's for the boy.
I don't need charity.
I'm not offering you charity. I'm offering you medicine for your boy because I happen to like children. Goodbye, Adam. I hope you feel better.
Thank you, ma'am.
Come on, Adam.
Good afternoon, Inger. How's business?
Business is fine, thank you, Mr. McWhorter.
Oh, is it? I thought it was a little slow. Town's not doing so well these days. Oh, he's just some drifter. I gave him a job cleaning out the stable.
Oh, well, let's hope he does a good job of it then.
Now, when am I going to get my answer?
I gave you your answer, Mr. McWhorter. I'm not ready to get married yet.
Come now, Inger, you're not going to keep me waiting forever, are you?
Well, I'm sorry if you object to waiting.
Well, I don't mind waiting for something I want.
You do believe in getting what you're after, don't you?
Well, I always have. At least I have up till now.
I'd also be very grateful if you heated this up for him.
Oh, the poor little boy. Of course. You can come down for it in just a few moments.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller. Well, my goodness. You certainly didn't waste any time finishing that up.
I sure wish there'd been some jam with the bread.
Yeah, well, It filled up the cavity, and tomorrow we'll have some real food. Huh?
Sure, Pa. Pa?
Yes, son.
Pa, did you have anything to eat?
Oh, I'll have something to eat later. I'll go down and wait for that.
He asked me if he could play it. I said it was all right.
What are you doing here?
Well, I'm giving your son his medicine. I knew you'd be busy.
I can take care of my son.
Oh, well, I'm sure you can, but not while you're working all day.
Miss Borgstrom, I had to accept your medicine. That doesn't mean I can't run my own affairs.
What, Mr. Cartwright, why are you so against anyone helping you?
Adam, I don't ever want you to play this again. Do you understand?
He told me about the music box. Did it belong to his mother?
Yes, it did.
He's better. His throat is better. His fever seems less. But I think he should continue with the medicine.
Yeah, I was going to come by the store as soon as I cleaned up a bit. I don't mean to be ungrateful. It's just...
You know, without that dirty beard, your face looks quite nice. In fact, if you wore a smile on it sometimes, it might be quite an attractive face. You know, I think you could use a good meal yourself, Mr. Cartwright. As soon as Adam is asleep, come to my house for dinner. It's right next to the store.
You know, Pa, she's a real nice...
I know, son. She's a real nice lady. Well, young fella, let's finish up this medicine. Here we are.
The food is not much.
Oh, it's been very good.
The winter has been hard all through Illinois.
Not as hard as those farmers when it comes to paying their bills.
They will pay their bills, Gunnar. They are honest people.
Honest people who want everything on credit.
Please, Gunnar, we have a guest.
Oh, this looks wonderful. And I do thank you for your hospitality.
Have you been a long time on the road?
Yes. Yes, we haven't come too far in the amount of time it's taken. 4 years to get from New England to Illinois.
4 years? But surely it should not take so long.
Well, we weren't on the move all the time. We made quite a few stops. Have to have funds to keep going.
Yeah. Man can go nowhere without money.
You say you came from New England. What did you do there?
I was a seaman most of my life. I wound up a first mate. When I got married, I opened up a ship's chandler's shop, outfitting ships. And when my wife died, my boy and I set out to build a new life.
Why didn't you go back to sea? There's a life for a man.
It's pretty hard to raise a boy when you're off at sea most of the time. I'd always had a dream about the West. It's a new country, it's big. I wanted to be part of it. To build, to grow things.
Yeah. It was just like my father. He had a dream of a new land, too. Where did it get him? A dirty store on a prairie crossroad. He worked till the sweat poured off him, and all he had when he died was that store.
But his dream of a new land, at least he never gave that up.
What do I care about a storekeeper's dream?
That is your sin, Gunnar. It is a sin to not care.
Don't tell me what's a sin. Don't preach to me all the time. I'm sick of listening to you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cartwright. This was no way to treat a guest.
It's been a wonderful evening. I haven't enjoyed one like this for such a long time. But I really should be going. I left Adam with Mrs. Miller.
I hope we will be friends.
Thank you. Good night, Miss Boston.
Good night, Mr. Cartwright. The fox grapes are sweet.
Everything around here is sweet. The air, the water, the company.
You have a big spot of purple on your chin.
Huh?
What are you looking at?
There's so many places I might have passed through on my way west. I might have missed you.
Well, I am a very large peasant woman, Ben. It would be hard to miss me.
You're a very beautiful peasant woman.
Oh, nay, my nose is too long and my hands are rough.
Fishing for compliments.
Well, I hope I do better with those than with the catfish.
Oh, you leave those to Adam. He's a pretty good fisherman.
He's a fine boy, Ben.
Yes. It was nice of you to ask us to share a picnic with you.
Well, it's Sunday, isn't it? A man deserves a rest after a long week's work. We have a river in Sweden like the Sangamon. Cold from the snows on the mountains. When we were children, my brother Gunnar and I used to run along the banks picking strawberries, eating them until we were sick.
You have a head full of happy memories, haven't you?
And you?
Some good, some bad.
You loved your wife very much, didn't you?
Yes, I loved her very much.
Inger! Inger! Oh, here you are. I've been looking all around for you.
Why, is there anything wrong?
Get back to town right away.
But it is Sunday. The store is closed.
Mr. McWhorter came around in his new carriage asking for you.
I did not tell Mr. McWhorter I would go riding with him.
No. But you go off on a picnic with a penniless drifter.
Gunnar!
Gunnar, wait a minute.
You stay out of this.
I'm trying to tell you there's nothing to be angry about.
I tell you something. You stay away from my sister.
Gunnar, you are my brother, not my father.
You be quiet. I do what is best for you.
You do not run my life.
You get back to town.
Oh, Ben, I'm sorry. He's young and unhappy.
And very angry with me.
Hello, Gunnar. Did you tell your sister I was looking for her yesterday?
Yeah, I tell her.
Well, come on, man. Tell me. What'd you say?
My sister's a stubborn woman, Mr. McWhorter.
You're the man in the house, aren't you? Since your father's gone, it's your job to see that things go right by your sister.
Yeah, and I want them to go right for her. It's our father's wish that I watch out for her.
Watch out for her. How, by seeing her waste away in that store across the street?
Mr. McWhorter, if I sell you the store and Inger still doesn't marry you, what happens to her then?
Would not marry me? Well, I've got everything in the world to give her. The richest man in the county. I'd help you, too.
Me? I don't need help.
Oh, it takes money to go to the gold fields, Gunnar. Lots of it. Now, I could help a brother-in-law. Give him all the money he needs. So you tell her, Gunnar. Tell her how good I'd be for the both of you.
Then you'd be better off without that stranger around.
Stranger?
That man you have working for you. My sister went on a picnic with him yesterday.
With Cartwright?
She's seeing him, and I think she likes him.
Cartwright, I want to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. McWhorter.
It's about Inger Borgstrom.
Yes?
I'm going to marry her.
I didn't know. She didn't tell me anything about that.
And I don't want some shiftless drifter hanging around her.
When Miss Borgstrom tells me that...
I'm telling you. And here's something else I'm telling you. There's no place in this town for you.
You mean I'm fired?
That's exactly what it means.
Here, drifter. Maybe you're not too proud to take that now, huh?
Ben Cartwright, the least you can do is listen to me.
Why? So you can tell me you're going to marry McWhorter?
Marry McWhorter? Who told you that ridiculous story?
McWhorter did, just before he fired me.
And you believed him?
Why shouldn't I?
Is that why you're moving again? Did you hear me, Ben?
There's nothing for me in this town. There's no future here.
So what will you do? Go glowering through the world the rest of your life? What becomes of Adam?
He'll be all right. I'll take care of him.
Can you? Ben, listen to me. How much longer can you go on drifting this way, running away from your memory of Elizabeth?
She has nothing to do with it.
She dwells over your head like a cloud. She's in your voice, in your heart. Well, she's dead, Ben. You can't carry her with you for the rest of your life.
It's my life. It's my business.
I have a better answer than that. A simple solution. You could come to work for me in the store. If your stubborn pride would let you.
I don't need your help. I don't need any woman's help. I'm man enough to stand on my own 2 feet.
I'll tell you what I think, Ben Cartwright. I think you left your manhood behind with your dead wife.
Pa, why did she run away?
I don't know, son. No, I do know.
Hey, you're waiting.
Inga, I'd like to talk to you.
Talk? What good will talking do?
Inga, I want to do as you suggest. I'll work in the store.
Oh, Ben, that's wonderful.
Inga, I'm not a rich man. I have a young son. But I do have a dream. A big dream. When I could ask you to share it with me.
Ask me, Ben, ask me.
Inga?
Yes, Ben, I will marry you. Ben, what will people say? What will they think?
Well, people will say that Miss Inga Borgstrom is going to marry Mr. Benjamin Cartwright.
There are no more customers, Ben, so I'm going home to fix supper. Would you pick Adam up at Mrs. Miller's?
Yes, I will. I'll bring him along with me.
Hurry, I'm an impatient woman. Oh, Ben, would you mind very much seeing if Gunnar would come to supper? He has not eaten with us for days.
Inga, do you think Gunnar resents Adam and me eating with you all the time? I think he resents me working here. And I know he resents me loving you.
Don't be angry with him, Ben. He is my brother, and I do love him, even though he is young and sulks.
All right, I'll try to bring him along.
Oh, but don't have an argument with him if he does not want to come.
Well, I'll be as gentle as a lamb.
Gunner. You won't regret this.
Gunner? Say, you look like you could use a good meal. Why don't you come along home with me?
I'm not going home. Stay away from me, drifter.
Well, your sister's kind of worried about you. She'd like you especially to come home tonight.
I told you I'm not going home. I'm going to the gold fields.
Well, of course you're going to the gold fields, Gunner. But you're not going tonight.
He's telling the truth, Cartwright.
And I have the money, too.
We just made a business deal.
That's right. A business deal. I sold him the store.
You what? You had no right.
He had every right. His father left the deed in his name. I kept it in my safe. Now I own the shop.
You did this to your sister. How could you?
You get half the money.
For years, your sister supports you, and you do this.
Don't preach to me. Leave me alone.
You give him back that money and get back the deed.
Maybe without the store, he won't be so anxious to marry your sister, eh, Gunner?
McWhorter, you're right. You don't want my sister. You just want the store. Gunner!
The boy's had too much to drink.
I better take him home.
Not in that condition. You go ahead. I'll take care of him.
Maybe you're right. You don't seem to understand. I said Gunnar sold the store. Well, how can you find that funny?
Oh, Ben, don't you see in a way it is? Ever since we decided to get married, I have been trying to get up the courage to do as Gunnar wanted and sell the store. Ben, now we can go west. We can find that dream of yours. We can build what you always wanted.
But you mustn't do this for me. How could I build anything on your sacrifice?
Sacrifice? To have found a purpose, a place in life with you.
You're so... Inga, I know how you feel about Gunnar, though.
Ben, I love you. You are my life now. It is time for Gunnar to make his own way. Oh, don't you see, my love? This is the way it should be. Oh, doctor, come in. What is it?
I have your brother here, Miss Borgstrom. I'm afraid he's badly hurt.
Bring him in the bedroom quickly.
How badly hurt is he?
You should know, Cartwright.
When will you be back, doctor?
When I finish my rounds.
And what can I do meanwhile?
Well, not very much, I'm afraid. Just keep him quiet. You know, with a fractured skull, we can't tell when he'll regain consciousness. But I'll be back.
Ben, how could you?
I don't understand.
You fought with him, didn't you? The doctor says you almost killed him.
I hit him, yes.
You hit him. Ben, I thought the anger was gone. I thought when you said you loved me, the anger would go.
I didn't hit him in anger. I didn't hit him that hard.
And now he is lying in that room, and he may be dying.
Inga, please.
Ben, don't. Please go.
There's something terribly wrong here. You must believe me. Adam, you lie down for a little while. And stay here with Miss Inga.
Pa, what happened to Uncle Gunnar?
I don't know, son. But I'm going to find out.
Good evening, Miss Borgstrom.
Oh, yes, Constable.
Mr. McWhorter told me what happened to your brother. It's a terrible thing. How is Gunnar?
We don't know yet.
I'm sorry to be bothering you, but I thought the sooner you preferred charges, the sooner I could arrest that man. Cartwright is his name, isn't it?
Yes, that is his name. But there will be no charges.
No charges? If your brother dies, this man Cartwright is a murderer. And if Gunnar recovers, he should be punished anyway.
I say there will be no charges.
Ma'am, you're making a mistake. This Cartwright fellow should be in jail.
Good night, Constable.
Good night, ma'am.
Miss Singer?
Yes, Adam?
Miss Singer? That man, he said my pa should be in jail. Is my pa bad?
Poor darling. No, he is not bad. He may get angry and do a bad thing. But no, Adam, he is not bad.
McWhorter? What did you do to Gunnar after I left?
I sent for the doctor and they took him home.
Now, Gunnar wasn't hurt, not as he is now when I left him here.
You listen to me, Cartwright. If you had any sense, you'd get out of town before they pick you up.
I'll get out of town after I find out the truth.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
I want you to tell Inga what happened.
Get your hands off me.
McWhorter, I want you to tell Inga what happened. There's no need for any fighting. All I want is the truth. And I want you to tell him.
Miss Singer?
Yes, Adam.
Is my pa coming to get me?
Yes, Adam, he will.
Do you love my pa?
Yes, Adam, I do.
Then why did you send him away?
Oh, Adam, it's something I just can't explain. Go to sleep now. Hmm?
Now, what happened to Gunnar?
I'll tell you nothing.
Ben!
How's Gunnar?
I think he's going to be all right.
Gotta see him. Gotta talk to him.
But the doctor said...
Gunnar. Gunnar. I thought he could tell me the truth.
The truth? But you said you hit him.
Yes. Yes, I hit him. In a moment of anger, I lashed out at him, and I'm sorry for it. But you believe that I could do something like this to him.
What else can I believe?
I thought once you could believe in me, my love for you. You hit a man and love is lost. Nothing to be done, nothing.
Oh, Ben, I want to believe you. Help me, Ben.
Not if you'll always have doubts about me. Either you love me with all your heart, or there's no love at all.
Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?
Ben? Here, Ben did not do this to me.
Gunnar, what happened after I left?
I remember falling to the floor. After you left, I started to get up. And something hit me on the head. That's the last I remember.
McWhorter.
It must have been McWhorter. He was the only one there.
Yeah. But he'll never admit it.
Ben, does he have to admit it?
If he doesn't, how will you ever know the truth?
You just told me, Ben. You said if one loves, one must love with all one's heart. I do, Ben. I do love you with all my heart. Oh. Gunnar, Ben and I would like to be married soon. Do we have your blessing?
I gave the bride away, yeah?
Just you take care of my sister.
I'll take care of my wife, and that will take care of your sister. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Maybe, maybe not. But at least I would have tried. As you, Inge, take with you my love and grateful heart.
Goodbye, Gunnar. You will be always in my thoughts and prayers.
I hope you find your land, Ben, and raise fine sons. My friends once called me Horse, which means a good man with friendly ways. You are that too, Ben. When you and Inger have a son, I hope his friends call him Horse too. Goodbye, Adam. You take good care of them, huh?
Goodbye, Uncle Gunnar.
Gunnar.
Hey, Paul! Wake up, Paul. Made it just in time.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, old horse turned to flip with me, ain't nothing.
Oh, you're not hurt bad enough.
No, I just stowed up a little bit, ain't serious.
Oh, good.
Hey.
Where's Adam?
He's out there in the barn putting up the horses. Doggone, Paul.
Looks good, don't it?
Sure is pretty.
Hey, you're not going to cut that cake without me, are you?
Hey, happy birthday, brother. What happened to your arm?
No, I just stove it up a little bit, hurrying home for this cake.
There's nothing wrong with the other hand. Go on, cut the cake. We've been waiting all night.
Wait till I light the candles.
Guess you did have a long night, huh, Paul?
I had plenty to think about.
So did I. Had a whole lot to think about, didn't I? How good that cake was going to be when I got here. But it was worth waiting for.
Yeah. It was worth waiting for. I'll make a wish.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Thanks for breaking it up, Ben. All right, go on
Be
now.
on your way.
About your business. Go on, all of you.
Clem, what's going on here? What's happening?
This town's being split down the middle. That's what's happening. The Mans and them Clarks won't stop until they kill each other. I'm glad you're in town. The judge wants to see you.
Huh?
Come in. Well, George, how's his honor the judge?
Fine, thank you, Ben. How are things up at the Ponderosa?
Well, not too bad, not too bad.
I've been wanting to get in touch with you.
Yeah, Clem said something about you wanted to talk to me about the silly feud between the Maynes and the Clarks.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Ben. It's not so silly.
Huh?
It's gotten to the point where everybody in town's caught between them. And what's more important, it's reached a state of potential violence where innocent people can get hurt.
Well, Clem, you've got all the authority you need to handle the situation.
When the Mans and the Clarks start knocking each other around, there isn't a thing I can do. One of them comes in with a busted nose, and I say, what happened? He said, I fell off the barn. With Sheriff Comfrey out of town, they don't listen so good to a deputy.
Oh, come on now. You're not going to let them get away with that so easily, are you? Can't you arrest them for disorderly conduct or fine them for disturbing the peace? There are all kinds of things you can do.
We can go on making small official acts that won't really stop the trouble. Or we can allow the violence to erupt into killings on both sides and then punish the offenders. But best of all, we can try, with the aid of men of goodwill, to prevent murder before it can happen.
Now, Ben, the judge here has appointed a committee of townspeople to tackle the problem, to go and talk to the Mans and the Clarks.
It's a good idea.
You were elected spokesman, unanimous.
Me? And why would people think that I'm so deserving of such a dubious honor?
Because you're impartial, Ben. Because both the Mayans and the Clarks respect you.
I can't accept this kind of responsibility. And you're not going to flatter me into taking it on by using words like impartial and respect and words like... besides, I'm too busy. I got a ranch to run.
All right. If that's the way you feel about it, I guess there's no law can make you do it.
Oh, I guess there is no law can make me do it.
When old Howie Clark took the first shot of that whiskey and he found out it was pure vinegar, it like brought the whole bar down.
You know, I've been hearing about this feud between the Mans and the Clarks for months now, but I still don't know how it got started.
Well, it started when young Jim Clark up and married Carolyn Mann, and they had twins.
That started the feud?
Well, not until they up and took the twins and moved east.
And I still don't understand.
Well, the reason they moved east was each family was so jealous of the twins that Jim and Carolyn were caught right in the middle, so they just up and left.
And both families kept blaming each other for running them off, right?
Well, with that for a start, they've been fighting over every other thing they could think of ever since.
Is it necessary for you boys to continue this conversation about the Mayans and the Clark? Is it absolutely necessary?
Gee, you know, the other day I was down by Salt Creek, see how that new dam was holding up, and, well, that stream down there is nothing but a mud bank now, and, you know, it took me 5 minutes to get my horse to cross it. But he's a smart horse. Once he realized the barn was on the other side, he just finally made up his mind that he had to go through with it, so he stepped right in and went right across without a slip.
I spent a small fortune educating my oldest son, and he entertains me with old-fashioned homilies. No, I guess you're right, though, Adam. I suppose I'll have to step in, whether I want to or not.
Hoss? Coming, Paul. Paul, why has it always got to be me? How come you don't take little Joe?
Now, you were so fine anxious to get me into this thing, right? I figure you should each have a chance to try to help.
How are we going to help without guns? We get over there to Mann's and get in trouble.
Now, look, if you're trying to be a peacemaker in the feud, you can't go around carrying a gun, can you?
No. What are your plans? You figuring on influencing them with words?
No, but coming Sunday is Palm Sunday. Well, I thought it'd be kind of nice if we had a welcome party for the new minister. You know, everybody bring some food, and we'd have a real get-acquainted party.
You mean with the Manns and the Clarks both there?
Well, of course. That's just the point, don't you see? I figure they're not going to be doing any fighting right there in front of the church. And that'll give the new minister a chance to get to work on them right away.
Yeah. I'll bet he'll appreciate your efforts, too, Paul.
Go on, let's go. Good morning. How are you? Nice to see you. May we come in?
Of course. Pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
And you too, Hoss.
Thank you, Miss Mann.
Well, sit down. Just baked a fresh pie, and I can fetch coffee in a minute.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. That fresh pie really smells good. Hoss, you going to sample that?
Dang, I reckon I am.
It looks good. Tom around?
No, he's out on the range checking fences. A little trouble in town yesterday, and we never know what them Clarks may be up to.
Yeah. This trouble between you and the Clarks, that's been going on quite a while now.
It's going on for quite a while longer. Caroline was the only child Tom and I had, and the Clarks drove her and her babies away.
Oh, well, now, do you think that this quarreling is going to make the loss any the less painful?
Ben, if someone drove your sons away, would you think of them with kindness, treat them with love?
Now, Winifred, I don't think the Clarks drove your daughter away.
Miss Mann, how much good do you reckon all this fighting and arguing is doing Caroline?
You're on the Clark side.
Oh, ma'am, we ain't on nobody's side.
Of course we're not on anybody's side. We just thought maybe we could talk a little about it.
I have nothing to talk about, Ben.
Well, anyway, what really came about, you know, the new minister is going to be here next Sunday, Palm Sunday.
Yes, I know. We're looking forward to meeting him. Yeah, we've missed going to church ever since we lost old Pastor Miller.
Yeah, that was a real loss. Well, we all thought it might be real nice if we could have a nice welcome for the new minister. Everybody bring some food, and we could have a real good get-together right after the services.
Oh, that's a fine idea, Ben. I'll bring something really nice.
Well, good. I knew we could count on you, Winifred. Thank you. Hoss, I guess we better be getting along. Got a lot of other people to invite.
Yeah.
Thank you, Winifred.
Can't leave that good pie,
Ben.
Miss Mann.
Yeah?
Are you inviting the Clarks?
Well, of course. They're members of the church, too.
All right. But just make sure at the party that the food is kept separate. We couldn't eat Clark food. I'm sorry. We would choke on it.
Later.
How are you, Mr. Cartwright?
Just fine.
Hello, little Joe.
How are you, Peggy? Declare you get prettier every time I see you.
Yeah, you sure do. By golly, I hadn't realized how grown up you'd become.
Well, I'm grown up, all right. Fact is, I should be hanging out my own kids' wash instead of my brothers and sisters.
Peggy, a girl as pretty as you must have a lot of young men buzzing around.
Well, the trouble is, the nicest ones all seem to be related to, you know who.
Oh, your mom, Pa around?
Well, Pa's out on the ranch somewhere, and Mom went to town for supplies.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you why we came by. You know, next Sunday, Palm Sunday. Well, that's when the new minister arrives. And we thought it'd be kind of nice if we had a welcome party for him after the sermon. You know, everybody brings some food and we have a good old get-together.
Well, that's a wonderful idea, Mr. Cartwright. I'll be glad to tell him.
Good.
Is everybody coming?
Yeah, everybody's going to be there. Even the mans.
Shh, don't use that name around here. Stampede's a stock.
Well, I'm sure glad somebody around here's got a sense of humor about this silly feud.
Well, don't judge the Clarks by me, Mr. Cartwright. Believe me, no one else takes it lightly.
Must be pretty tough on you being caught in the middle of a feud like this.
Well, it's worse than that, little Joe. Never knowing when one of your family is going to kill or be killed. I sure hope that new minister can do something about it.
Yeah, I sure hope he can. Well, Peggy, you give your folks our regards and the message, and we'll see you next Sunday.
I'll be there. It's the only time I get to see any of those good-looking Mayan men.
Bye.
See you Sunday, Peggy.
Bye.
Ben, it's good to see you.
Clem, how are you? Judge. Hello, Ben.
You had us worried. We thought you were going to be late.
Well, as a matter of fact, Hop Singh is away on a visit. It took the boys and me a little longer to prepare the food without his help.
Well, you hurry up and get here, the more I smell that food, the more hollow I feel.
Hollow? After you've been dipping into those beans and pork all the way in from the ranch?
Yeah, well, I'm afraid our beans and pork are going to look kind of puny up against all those fancy dishes.
I'm getting kind of hungry.
I think I'm a little too nervous to eat. Oh, here come the mans.
Well, Ben, where do you want us to put the food and some of the finest milk produced in the territory?
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Tom. It's sure we all appreciate your generosity. Tom, why don't you and the boys take your gun belts off and...
Well, we don't hardly go anywhere without them these days.
None of us is wearing a gun, of course, except Clem here.
I can see that. But you don't expect us to ride these roads unarmed, do you? Why, we could be bushwhacked by the Clarks from any tree or rock.
We don't need no rock to shoot at the Mayans when we want to.
Calm now. Just, John, this is Palm Sunday. Palm Sunday. Just keep things peaceful.
Ain't no Sunday peaceful with the Mayans around.
I don't want any guns drawn, do you understand? Not one. Take off your gun belts. Put them over there.
I don't trust the Mayans. Make them drop theirs first. Ben, Clem, better get out of the way.
Listen to me, you two. We're just getting a little tired of all this ruckus and feuding and fussing and all this violence. Now, just take off your gun belts or get out of here.
No. Everyone is welcome here.
Must be the new
preacher. How'd he get there? This is your church, and I am its guardian. Hatred has no place here. This is a house of love, and you will enter as friends and neighbors.
How he got in there without us seeing him. He sure handled everything.
Yeah. Thank God.
Gentlemen, you're at the right place to do just that.
Please. Come in.
I didn't mean to disturb you.
You're not disturbing me. I thought everybody had left. It's been quite a day, so I came in here and to gather my thoughts.
Well, most everybody has gone home. But Mr. Cartwright said he'd give me a ride, so I thought I'd wait and have a word with you.
All right, Miss Peggy. What are your words?
Well, maybe it'll sound silly, but I wanted to thank you. To most of us young people, a year seems like an awful long time. To us, it seems like this terrible feud's been going on forever.
I understand. I sometimes suffer from impatience myself, though it never helps to solve the problem.
Oh, there you are, Peggy. We're all ready to go now. Oh, Reverend, I'll say goodbye again. I wasn't interrupting anything, was I?
No.
Of course not, Mr. Cartwright. I was just telling the Reverend how happy we are he's here. How grateful we are.
Well, we certainly are grateful, Reverend. At the risk of repeating myself, I'd like to say again how inspiring your sermon was today. I've never seen the congregation as quiet or as attentive as it was. It was real fine.
You know, I never thought that I would see what happened today. To see the Clarks and the Mayans join together in the hymn singing.
They joined together again pretty good a little later when they tackled all that food at the welcome party. Didn't they?
Do you think that this could be the beginning of the end of the feud?
Well...
I mean, wouldn't it just be wonderful if it were all over?
Yeah.
It would be. But I think you're being overly optimistic.
Well, maybe so, Reverend, but as head of the committee in charge of trying to get the Mayans and the Clarks to settle their differences, I can tell you we're pretty happy you arrived.
You'd like to transfer your burden over to me.
Well, yeah, well, no, not exactly.
But you think that responsibility is now mine. Is that it?
Well, Reverend, well, it seems to me that these people are suffering some sort of moral illness, and well, isn't that your calling, to minister to such illnesses?
Ministers are human beings, too, Mr. Cartwright. They're not all wise and all healing. My capacity for healing this breach is probably no greater than yours.
Well, I thought we all hope.
We all hope that we can transfer our decisions and burdens to other people, even ministers. But there are some problems you can't give away.
Hello, Ben.
Judge.
I was afraid you might have already gone home.
Oh, no, we were... Was something wrong?
Yes. I came to see you, Reverend. I have a problem. I thought perhaps you could help.
Yes, whatever I can do.
This concerns you too, Peggy. It's bad news, I'm afraid. I just received a wire from the authorities back east in Illinois about your brother and his wife. There's been an accident.
An accident? What do you mean? Jim and Carolyn. They're not dead.
The wire said. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, no. And the twins?
They're all right. Reverend, I thought perhaps you could help break the news to the Mayans and the Clarks.
No. No, I'll do it. I'll go home and tell Ma and Pa.
I'll go with you and then go over to the Mayans.
Well, I'll drop you both off.
Babies. Those poor babies. I'll get my things.
Miss Peggy, I wish I had the words to express my sympathy.
Don't need words. I understand.
What a terrible tragedy for those poor families.
Judge, you said the children were spared. What's going to happen to them?
The wire covered that, too. This concerns you, Ben. The authorities in Illinois said that the parents' last request was that the twins be placed in your custody until you could decide their future.
Why would they request a thing like that?
You were a very good friend of the family.
Well, yes.
Perhaps they remembered that you remained impartial during the quarrel between the two families.
Well, it's much too much of a responsibility.
It was the parents' last request. Of course, you could ignore the arrival of the children. Let the Clarks and the Mayans fight it out.
Well, no, I guess I couldn't do that. To make a decision is certainly going to take a wisdom far greater than mine.
I'm ready.
Hey, Judge, you're sure? Twins are coming out on this stage.
You saw the wire yourself, Ben.
Reverend, both families understand clearly. You explained everything very carefully.
They were both very upset by the news, but I'm sure they understand.
I don't want to be influenced one way or the other by the Clarks or the Mayans.
Afraid you have no choice. Look. You both gave me your word there wouldn't be any trouble.
There isn't going to be any trouble. My wife here just wanted to see the kids, see that they're all right. They've been through a bad time.
Now, Tom, I know exactly how you and Winifred feel, but I want you to promise me that you won't upset the children once they arrive.
How about them?
John, I just got through talking to Tom and Winifred. In fact, I don't want the children disturbed once they arrive.
You just came in to see the kids. Wanted to make sure
They're all right. Just make sure that's all you do.
Here comes the stage.
Don't forget what I said now. Here, let me help you. Well, hello. Well, young fella. Well, you are Sue? And you are Kenneth, aren't you? So you know who I am. I'm Ben Cartwright. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to get on that wagon over there. We're going to ride out to my ranch. It's called the Ponderosa. And after a good hot meal and a little bit of sleep, I'm going to show you some new animals which are just born. You can play with them. Would you like that?
Mr. Cartwright, why don't I tie a horse behind your wagon and come along? You might need help.
Well, thank you, Reverend. That's very kind of you. I think I might need some help. Come on, let's go. Here we are. Was that a nice ride?
Yeah.
Here we go. One down and two. Peggy, what are you doing here?
I thought you might need some help with the twins.
Peggy, the boys and I are...
I told the boys to go on about their jobs.
You what?
I think they were glad to escape.
Now, Peggy, you know I must remain impartial in this. I can't make it appear as if I'm playing favorites.
I won't try to influence them, Mr. Cartwright, I promise. I just want to love them. I'll take them into the house.
That young lady is wise beyond her years. The children need a woman's love right now.
I only hope I can make the right decision.
With God's help, you will.
Well, come in, gentlemen.
Hello, Adam.
Adam. Reverend.
Hello, Adam.
Well, suppose you want to see Pa. A delegation like this must be trouble, huh?
That's just what it is. We've got to see your Pa, Adam.
Well, come in and make yourself comfortable.
Well, have you got a new hobby, Adam?
No, but I'm getting to be a pretty good expert at dressing dolls. It's the second time Sue dropped it down the well.
How are the children doing, Adam?
Oh, pretty good. After that first day, after Peggy got them calmed down, and after we got Sue this doll and Kenny an animal to play with. I'll get Pa.
Oh, hi, man. What's up?
Well, we came to see your Pa, Hoss. Adam's gone to get him.
Me and Joe are back there in the kitchen trying to whip up something to eat for the kids. You fellows join us?
No, thanks.
No, Hoss.
Hey, you can't go in there with that pig. Kenny? Now, look, how many times have I told you not to bring the piglets into the living room?
Joe, can't you take care of those kids without me?
Now, look, I can't cook, watch the kids, and keep the pigs out of the living room all at the same time. All right, now go on outside. Don't bring that pig in here anymore.
We didn't have any puppies to give the kids, so we gave them piglets.
Gentlemen, sorry to keep you waiting. I've been doing my paperwork upstairs. There are less distractions up there. Sit down, sir. Thank you, man. Well, Adam tells me there's some sort of trouble.
There sure is, Ben. I got word Tom Mahan's gathering his riders. He says you've had time enough to make up your mind. He won't wait any longer.
Well, what's Tom Mahan going to do? Use guns to get the children?
I don't know, but I think we ought to be prepared.
Well, if Tom Mahan thinks he's going to shoot his way into the Ponderosa...
Gentlemen, there's not going to be any shooting. That's no solution.
Well, of course, you're right, Reverend. That's no solution to...
It's up to you, Mr. Cartwright. You've got to make up your mind about the children.
Well, I need more time, though. I'm
afraid time has run out on you. In just a few days, it'll be Easter Sunday. Let us tell the Mans and the Clarks you'll announce your decision then.
That's only a few days away.
Mr. Cartwright, you must make a decision now for the children's sake.
All right. Next Sunday, then. Easter.
Fine. We'll tell both families. At least that way it'll delay any gunplay until then.
I wish I could help.
I wish you could help too, Reverend. It's a lonely job. Boy, am I having trouble. So you having trouble.
Catch him, Hoss! Hoss, go and catch him! Don't let that pig hit my man! You got it! Close the door!
Pull a button in his coat, so you might as well make up your mind.
What's the matter? You having trouble?
He's got his pickle box upset or something.
Look at that rabbit. Well, that's really a nice rabbit. You like rabbits, Kenny?
I want my bed.
You want your pig? The rabbits for Easter, not pigs. Now, you let him
Here's
button
a
that
hat,
jacket. Come on.
I'm only here for
Come on,
Sue.
he's got a button.
Come on, I got Kenny's shoes here now. Come on. Oh, more buttons.
Put them down on my lap here, and then here, Hoss, you take that. Kenny, will you please stop wriggling? Now, look, you want everybody to see you looking real nice this morning.
Pa, are you
Hold on.
sure children are all good? No.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes I have my doubts about you. Wait a minute. Hold it. Either exchange the shoes or exchange the feet, whichever is the easier. The right one goes on the right foot.
Oh, that's the way you gave it.
Oh, come on.
Come on now, Kenny. You take it easy and we'll get him on.
You're in charge of Kenny here. Now get him into the buckboard as
Thanks
soon
a
as
lot,
you can.
Paul.
My goodness, you look pretty. Now, here we go. Come on, let's hurry now.
We better get him out there and let me dress him on the way. We're going to be late. Come on. Come over here.
You're gonna need a rope.
Now, may I escort you to the wagon?
For my text this morning, I shall use portions from the Sermon on the Mount. They are words by which all of us can live. The most beautiful of all, I think, are these. Ye have heard that it hath been said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. Do good unto them that hate you. And then, judge not, that ye be not judged. For with what judgment ye judge, ye will be judged. And with what measure ye meet, it shall be measured to you again.
It's right around here in the back. Can you find it?
Yep.
You need any help?
No.
Amen. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Amen. Blessed are the children, for they shall be called the peacemakers. Before we sing our final hymn, I should like to announce that Ben Cartwright has selected today, Easter Sunday, as the day for the custody hearing here at the church at 2 o'clock. The care and custody of Kenny and Susan Clark will be granted to the family who can best prove its fitness for the task of caring for these children. We shall now sing hymn number 137.
Children of the buggy, wait for me at the livery stable.
Right. Oh, you sure you want me to stay and back you up?
No, I'll be all right. I just want the twins out of sight for a while.
Okay.
Cartwright? It's up to you now.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your help, Reverend, and for this, I guess it is up to me, but I don't feel quite so alone now. I have struggled many days with this problem, which concerns all of you. And I hope we can find a fair solution this afternoon. Mr. Clark and Mary, I ask you now, what can you offer these children should they be awarded to you?
John, stand up. We have plenty to offer. You can tell them all about it.
Doesn't seem quite right to me, Mary. Just to stand up here.
I don't care if it's right or not. I want those children.
Well, I tell you one thing I can offer these children. I can offer them a home. You all know I'm a well-to-do man. Not rich, but I've got enough money to give these children all the things they want. Just like my own children. Each one of them can have a horse to ride, and good food to eat, and warm clothes to wear. That's what Mary and I can offer these children.
John, I don't think you quite understood the meaning of my words. I did not mean what can you offer in the way of money or clothes, or those are material things. Now, this morning, you all heard the Reverend Jordan read to you from the Sermon on the Mount. You all bowed your heads. I heard you all answer, Amen, to those golden thoughts. So now I ask you, John Clark, and you, Mary Clark, will you love your enemies? If so, John, I ask you now to step across to Tom Mahan here and offer your hand in friendship.
You got no right to ask that, Ben Cartwright. How can Mary and I forgive the millions? How can I offer my hand to a family that reviles me? I won't do it.
All right, John. Very well. It Seems to me, then, that you have very little to offer.
All right, folks. Folks! Let's not have any disturbance in here.
Tom? Tom, man. What do you and Winifred have to say?
Tom, we have plenty to say.
Just a minute.
Tom, let me get up and
Winifred.
say it. Ben, I think you know we're not rich. But we can match John Clark dollar for dollar. We'll do all the things for these youngsters we did for our own. For the one the Clarks drove away from us. And they did drive her away. You know that my daughter would still be alive if...
Winifred, please, that is not the issue. We're here to decide which of you two families will have the custody of these children. And so I ask you, just as I asked John Clark, if you can provide for Kenneth and Sue the comfort and protection of a home where love of God is not just something that you hear about in church, but practice every day of your lives. Now, if you can, will you, Winifred, and you, Tom, step across to John and Mary and offer them the friendship of your hand?
Ben, you're forgetting I once had a daughter. How can I offer my hand to the people who drove her away from me?
First Samuel, 2 Samuel. Oh, my Lord, I and this woman dwell in one house, and I was delivered of a child with her in the house. And it came to pass the third day. And when I rose in the morning, behold, the child was dead. And the king said, bring me a sword. And they brought the sword before the king. And the king said, divide the living child in two. And to make my decision, I have called upon the wisdom of a man, a judge, who is far greater than I am. I've called upon the judgment of Solomon. Divide the living child in two, and give half to the one and half to the other. These twins, Kenneth and Sue, will be divided in two. Kenneth will be given to the care of John and Mary Clark. Sue to the care of Winifred and Tom Mahan. Boss, you take Kenny to Mrs. Clark. Joe, take Sue to Mrs. Mahan.
I don't want to go with you. I want to stay with my sister. I don't want to go with you. I want to stay with my brother. Please, please. I don't want to go with you. I want to stay with my sister.
Come on, darling. It's all right. Oh, it's fine.
I want to stay with Kenny.
It won't work, Ben. They're not going to stand for it.
Reverend, do you think we were right?
Wait. Let Kenny and Sue do our work for us.
Don't take me away from my sister.
Oh, Kenny, darling, we're going to give you such a nice home.
And I've got just the horse for you. With a new saddle and a new bridle.
I don't want a horse. I want my sister. Please don't take me away from Kenny. He needs me.
Tom, I can't. Much as I love them and want them, these children have to stay together. Come here. She's yours. They're both yours. Be good to them. Winifred.
Oh, darlings. Oh, darlings. Oh.
Oh. Well. Oh, John, I can't. We have children of our own. We can't take these babies away from Tom and Winifred, who have none.
Guess maybe you're right, Mary.
Well, let's go over here. Winifred, Tom, you need the children more than we do. Oh, my darling.
John, it's been many years, so I wouldn't be very honest if I offered you my hand right now. But I hope after today it won't be too long.
I hope it won't be either, Tom.
Blessed are the peacemakers. Thank you, Ben.
I'm afraid this peacemaker had the help of someone with far greater wisdom than mine. If it weren't for the Reverend here,
I'm the Reverend Jordan. I believe I'm expected here.
Jordan?
I'm sorry I was delayed. I hope you received my wire.
বাড়ির কাছে ভরা নদী শেষে জোয়ার জোয়ার ভাটা শেষ হলে শুকনো বালুর চর বাড়ির কাছে ভরা নদী শেষে জোয়ার জোয়ার ভাটা শেষ হলে শুকনো বালুর চর ঢেউয়ের তালে তুলতে চলে আমার নাই চর চল নৌকা ডুবি খেলবো খেলা আজ দুজনায় চল নৌকা ডুবি খেলবো খেলা আজ দুজনায় জলা ভরা বসন্ত ঘুমিয়ে থাকা মনটা আমার বড়ই অশান্ত ফাগুন মাসের আগুন জলা ভরা বসন্ত ঘুমিয়ে থাকা মনটা আমার বড়ই অশান্ত প্রেমের গাঙে সাঁতার কাটলে হাতটা আমার ধর চল নৌকা ডুবি চল নৌকা ডুবি খেলবো খেলা আজ দুজনাই চল নৌকা ডুবি চল নৌকা ডুবি খেলবো খেলা আজ দুজনাই ভালোবাসার পরশ পেয়ে অস্থির আমি গেছি হই ভালোবাসার পরশ পেয়ে অস্থির আমি গেছি হই সারা অঙ্গ জুড়ে আমার এসেছে ফাগুন চল নৌকা ডুবি চল নৌকা ডুবি খেলবো খেলা আজ দুজনাই চল নৌকা ডুবি খেলবো খেলা আজ দুজনাই